you switch your mobile into silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay, good morning. Morning, 早上. Thank you so much for coming. And my name is William Du. I'm the head of States Limited. Also, I serve as the secretary for Hong Kong Youth Professional Global Advocacies, founded by Dr. Kevin Lau, JP, MH, founding executive chairman of Trinity Medical Group. I know people come early in the morning to Ocean Park. It's a very unique place. We will have more people joining us, but online, I know from our staff, we have over 100 viewers already, and we will live stream the whole summit to the online audience and to the global audience. Okay, so you may wonder what is Hong Kong YPGA, Hong Kong Young Professional Global Advocacy. The Hong Kong YPGA aims to connect visionary youngsters who are professional at each field in Hong Kong with their peers around the world. So our goal is to create an inclusive and diverse platforms where the next generation of young leaders from various industries can come together, share insights, and develop initiatives that are impactful to our society and to the world. Today marks another milestone for our advocacy after we hosted our inaugural summit last year under the theme of Innovate with Hong Kong at the presence of Mr. Cho Wing-hing, GBSJP Deputy Chief Secretary for Administration, Hong Kong SAR. This year, our second episode of the summit will expand greatly with many more areas of discussions, and we will have our officiating guests come at 12 o'clock for the opening remarks. Now, let's start the conversation first with our first section of the day, Bridging Generations, Women Leaders, Empowering Youth Career and Gender Equality. May I invite the moderator of the session, Mrs. Jennifer Yu Chan, JP, founder, JYC Girls Impact Foundation, and founder, Future Gen Girls Foundation, to come to the stage. Jennifer, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jennifer Yu Chang, education, entrepreneur, and advocate for youth and women empowerment. Before we begin, why don't I invite the other panel speakers for our session. We have Miss Winnie Chu, BBSJP, Miss Stephanie Hong, Miss Dion Lam, and Miss Ling Chang Pong. Thank you. Please come on stage. Thank you. So as founder of JYC Girls Impact Foundation and Future Gen Foundation, and as a member of the Women's Commission and Children on Commission, my passion is supporting children and youth development, and especially young people to discover their paths and lead with purpose. Today, I'm delighted to be moderator of this panel on bridging generation women leaders, empowering youth career and gender equity at the Global Youth Powerhouse Summit 2025, hosted by HKYPGA. Our discussion today is about real pathways, how women leaders across industries and are creating new spaces for youth to grow, lead, and make an impact. We've only got 45 minutes, so let's dive in. Our first panelist, Winnie Chu, BBSJP, is the president and executive director of Dorset Hospitality International. Under her leadership, Dorset has grown from just over 10 hotels to more than 60 properties worldwide. She's a passionate advocate for youth development and the arts, and her latest initiative, Runway 1331, reimagines an unused site and repurposes it into a creative hub for young people to live, learn, and thrive. Winnie, you recently turned an unused COVID-19 quarantine site into Runway 1331, a youth hub, and it's a brilliant example of how innovation can turn limitations into possibilities. So tell us about this project. What inspired you?
Thank you, Jen. Actually, it's the first time I'm talking about Runway 1331, so thanks for the opportunity. I'm not sure whether it's innovation or crazy. In short, basically what 1331 is, it's the COVID center, from the central government during COVID, building up kind of our COVID center in Kai Tak. So it is around 2,500 units. So my vision so total, when we're at full capacity, we can live around 5,000 plus people altogether. And our aim is to have mostly people under 40 staying there, really acting as an exchange center. I think it's very rare for a city like Hong Kong to have something at such a prime location. So exchange really meaning that our target audience are people from Hong Kong, people from China, as well as overseas. Again, really demonstrating how international Hong Kong is. I'm very passionate about the site. A lot of people ask me why Runway 1331. First, this is the centennial year of the Kai Tak Airport, and for the longest time, the Kai Tak Airport actually serves, always in terms of volume, top 5 in the world, but just with one runway. And the runway, it's called 1331, so hence the name. And again, I think Jen is so kind. She's been to the site, I think, from the first day, literally, before it's kind of converted, and also most recently. Our site will really focus on art as well as culture, because I think that's really the most important, as well as sports. I think given such geopolitical climate, somewhere where we can really know each other as a human being is very important. And I hope to really bridge opportunity diversity, because at the moment, I mean, with wealth disparity, I really hope that in our generation, we can at least bridge more opportunity disparity. Thank you.
Thank you, Winnie. I know we also have some youth online, and from visiting your site, your impressive site and your vision, I know that you also want to cultivate more global exchanges. So could you maybe also share with us some exciting initiatives that you have planned for the upcoming year and also on global exchange?
Thank you. I think most exciting one that is most recently, even starting from the construction, is engaging with Hong Kong University. So in fact, in the construction phase, we engage the whole faculty from our architect school. Hong Kong U is a great representation of Hong Kong. Now we rank number 11. And what it is architect in residence. In my previous roles, I have been very much involved in art, like chairman of art school, APA, Arts Development Council, Hong Kong Phil, and all. So I think, the most important is just really letting the youth try. And I actually told, it's most touching when I go to see when they build the project, because architect in residence, meaning that they actually live on site to design. So in fact, they can keep on improving the site. And what better, to actually live it and kind of refine it every day. And this year, the syllabus will be on runway 1331 at the university. So this is kind of one of the example. There are also a lot of sports, because again, before I did this site, I knew much less. But even, for example, for trail run, in Hong Kong, there are over 3,000 people, sign up for this. You have to ballot, and over 2/3 are from overseas. So again, this site enables people to live together and have all the workshop, physio, etc. Prior to that. And I think we talked also about a career center, because it's the most important, I think, is to job for youth, because you need to step out there and try. And you need to fail, actually. I think the cost of failing is so expensive, just generally speaking. I hope that this place is really a platform whereby you can shine, and failing is not too bad.
Thank you, Winnie. Now moving on to our next speaker, Ms. Ling Pong, is partner and head of private wealth management for North Asia at Goldman Sachs, where she also leads capital markets, equity structuring, and managed strategies across Asia-Pacific region. Over nearly 2 decades at the firm, she has helped shape strategy, strengthen cross-divisional collaboration, and mentor future leaders in finance. Outside her professional role, Ling also serves on several education and community NGO boards, including Bring Me a Book and Arch Community Outreach. Ling, you've witnessed the financial world transform rapidly from traditional markets to digital assets and wealth management innovations. How do you see the next generation of Hong Kong youth, Asia and globally, fitting into this evolving landscape? And what kind of skills, digital leadership, or others will define success in the finance field in the next decade?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, Jennifer. It's a real privilege and pleasure to be here with you all this morning, and it's a great honor of mine to be on stage with old friends and new friends, all esteemed, of course. So as Jennifer has introduced, my name is Ling, and I've been at Goldman Sachs for 19, don't age me unnecessarily, short of 2 decades, years now. And, I'm Singaporean, but I have always had my career in Hong Kong. And, finance, I know there's some students online, so I'll just give a brief description to the industry. Finance is, of course, a very broad industry, and it spans from traditional banking to capital markets to asset and wealth management, and of course, the rise of fintech and digital assets disruptors. I think I saw the agenda. You'll be hearing from some of them today. And we're very fortunate to be living and working here in Hong Kong because, of course, Hong Kong is a leading global financial center. It is the 3rd largest financial centers in the world. It serves as a very, very important and critical gateway between China and the rest of the world. China being the 2nd largest economy, 2nd largest financial markets. It is therefore unsurprising that the financial industry is a quarter of Hong Kong's GDP, employs about 7% of the working population, so hundreds and thousands of people. And I'm glad to report to all of you that the outlook for the financial industry in Hong Kong is robust. So, Hang Seng Index is up a massive amount. Look at this very happy lady over here.
No, I'm hoping that I get some funding from...
No problem. You have it. And so, the equity markets are back with a vengeance. IPOs are very, very strong. I think you'll hear from Bonnie Chan later this afternoon. Very important speaker, of course. And the inflows into the asset and wealth management industry continues to be very, very significant. And obviously the fintech players, the digital asset players continue to proliferate. And so it is a very exciting time in our industry, and the lifeblood of our industry has always been young talent, right? We count on the young people to drive growth, but to also bring us ideas around innovation. And I'm very glad to have Diane here on the stage with us today. I mean, obviously, one of the biggest things that we're confronting as humanity is, of course, AI. And as companies, as financial companies, we're thinking very, very hard about how to deploy AI to improve productivity and to drive better outcomes for our clients. So we very much welcome young talent to join us in this part of the journey. So in terms of what are some of the traits or skills that make somebody successful in finance. So like I said, finance is a very, very broad field. So I'll just, share some observations from my own personal experience. And for the students online, maybe I can give a brief description of Goldman Sachs as well. It's a global financial institution. We have been operating since 1869, so uninterrupted for 156 years. It's a global financial institution that is headquartered in New York, and in Asia we're headquartered in Hong Kong. But we have offices across the region in Singapore, in Beijing, in Shanghai, in Tokyo, in Mumbai, and Sydney. We employ about 40,000 people across the globe, and we have two strong and interconnected businesses, that is global banking and markets and asset and wealth management. And we serve clients. Clients are at the center of our business, and we serve clients that ranges from sovereigns to governments to individuals. And to companies and institutions, right? And so I've been with Goldman for 19 years, and I would say that, I have had many roles at Goldman Sachs. I can't sit still, or maybe I wasn't very good in each of them, and so, I was pushed to the following role. So I started off in the institutional side of the business in structuring. So I was focused on fixed income, on derivatives, sitting across from the esteemed Jennifer Yu, who has gone on to do much greater and bigger things. And then I was the chief operating officer for our global markets business for Asia Pacific. And I was working very hard with our traders, with our engineers on, building out our trading platforms. And then I now run private wealth management for North Asia. So I'm deep into the science of portfolio construction, asset allocation, and we help clients invest across our asset classes, across global markets, right? So as you can imagine, in each of these roles, there are specific quantitative and technical skills involved, right? And I learned most of it on the job, right? And I think that's the beauty of finance. You can learn a lot of what you need to know on the job. The second thing is, I do think that there are common traits, common skills across each of these roles, right? And I would say number one is actually emotional intelligence and communication skills. It is a very human-centric business, whether you like it or not. You have to deal with a lot of human beings across cultures, with offices all over the world. And secondly, I would say that you need to have an interest in the markets. And you need to have very strong analytical skills, right? Because we operate in markets. Markets are a beast. You have heard of bull markets, bear markets. So many market variables can drive, the markets up and down every day, right? So you have economic data, you have geopolitics, you have political changes, you have individual company performance, you have longer term mega trends that you need to think about, technology, demographics, energy, and so on and so forth. And our jobs is to help our clients make sense of it all. So a strong intellectual curiosity and strong analytical skills, I think, is essential to be successful in the world of finance. And I would say leadership, to pick up on the point that you've made, very important as you progress in your career, to not only identify growth opportunities in a dynamic environment that we operate in, including competition, kind of market opportunities, but also very importantly, you have to be able to inspire and lead people. Clients are at the heart of what we do, right? But in order to have a good client experience, we know that you need well-trained and motivated teams. And lastly, I would say, and I would categorize this as a skill, is grit and resilience. right? And I'm sure across many industries, I think it's a very, very essential skill. In finance, it can be brutal. You know, the indices this year have moved up and down, like, 20%, both ways. And it requires, and cycles can be violent, and it never stops, right? It's a very cyclical business. So I would never, ever count out the person who just consistently shows up every single day and just keeps at it. And I would consider that as a skill that one can develop. So I'll just say, maybe like one last thing. I think really interest is very, very important. As a mother of 3 not so young kids anymore, I think, think about what really interests you, right? Finance is a big, broad industry, and we welcome young talent, like I said at the start, but at the same time, do it only if it interests you, right? Observe where your mind wants to go and where it wants to live, because I think for sustained success, you really need to be interested. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ling. You've covered lots of grounds, pursuing passions, always constantly learning, and also navigating through these rapid changes. I know you also serve on Bring Me a Book as chair, and also on various community initiatives. So we'll come back to that later when we talk about youth impact. Now, I'd like to move on to Dion Lam from Microsoft Hong Kong, Head of Enterprise Public Sector, leading digital transformations across industries and public-private partnerships. With a background spanning major tech firms, including Cisco, she's passionate about mentoring young professionals and equipping the next generation, especially women, with the AI and technology skills to succeed in workplaces of the future. Dion, at Microsoft, you're leading digital transformations across the public sector and mentoring youth. How are companies leading in this AI space, like yours, working with education sector to prepare youth for future careers?
So thank you very much, Jennifer and new friends. And this is Dion from Microsoft. So thank you very much for the question. And at Microsoft, we see AI is not just a technology, but is more a cultural change. And we see how we grow up the youth is not only teaching them how to adopt the AI, but also how we use that to be more confident. AI is more equality, and also how they shape the future AI. So in short, I would say Microsoft, we established several programs, which is non-profit and mission-driven. So quote two big example. One is from Global. We have Microsoft Elevate, that we having this program across the world, including have a very structural digital learning path, mentorship, and also letting the youth to have access to real-world projects. In fact, this we have seen a lot of different critical and interesting cases that happen, that's showing how we support students transforming from, maybe starting from no coding experience, and now they are leading innovation project within their communities. So we are seeing, in partnership with different governments, university, and society, we see huge impact. So that's number one, we do it globally. And there's a dual lens that we also do it locally that I'm personally very excited about. So just last Saturday, we launched our local university AI Ambassador program that we partnership with our university and also NGO to identify future leaders of our AI with students who are passionate on technology and also passionate on social impact. So those ambassadors, we will they will act as the bridges with Microsoft and their peers. So we're running organize different workshops, mentorship program, and resources sharing. We hope those youth bringing the impact within the environment and also creating bigger ripple effects in their communities. So partnering with NGO and university, we are seeing exceptional impact on that in particular. So to a certain extent, next 2 semesters, we will do it within the universities and also extend it to probably K-12 educations, that we would like to have this ripple effect across our society. So this is 2 programs that reflects Microsoft seeing how we equip our youth to the future society. And Winnie, you speak about you like research. Actually, we did a research called 2025 World Trend Index. Quote unquote, the frontier firm is born. What does it mean? As a frontier firm, we identify first of all, the survey methodology. We conducted globally over 31,000 individuals, over 300 countries and organizations. So the methodology, we interview with full-time employee together with M365 that I think many people are using it, the telemetry, and also the findings from LinkedIn, we add together to have some key takes away. So first of all, AI is like the intelligent on tap, like your utilities. You just open your tap, you will have your water, your electricity, and AI's first intelligence will be like on the tap. So a frontier firm, the characteristics is to have an AI org-wide deployment from CEO to working level. You have AI everywhere. And secondly, is the advanced maturity on AI usage. And thirdly, I think very importantly, that reflecting our future works is the human agents hybrid working model. So every employee, everybody is the boss of your agents. So what's the impact for future workflows? We are seeing that the repetitive task probably may not exist in future work days. Instead, the entrance level works, probably you need to manage your AI, you need to interpret data, and also when the machine sort forth, you need the human judgment. So everything is, we're not talking about replacing human, but augment human potential and supporting our every role with AI in a more efficient way. So that's the mission for Microsoft, not only adopting AI, learning the hard skills, that's important though, but also training our youth for copying our future world, shaping the new AI. How does it look like? So that's the what we are doing on the nonprofit side.
Thank you, Dion. I mean, we're excited to have you here, as your role as head of enterprise of public sector. I think we all here would agree that we need to adopt AI into our companies and to workflow, but the reality is we're still moving not fast enough. So what's the biggest challenge? What are the insights that you've gained through your interactions with various enterprises? And you earlier mentioned, from CEO to entry level, we need to mobilize that. So specifically in Hong Kong, around Asia, what are the challenges and what can we do more?
So $1 million question. So I think the quick answer, or I will have two. First, so I just mentioned that people maybe have a reluctance on using AI, that probably replacing my job, and that's one point that actually I just mentioned is not a replacement, but an augmenting that. So so that's the second question coming out is how we equip our youth for managing the future workplace. That's as talent management, and also do we have enough people knowing how to do it, cultivate it. So that's why we have the Microsoft Elevate is a nonprofit. So we want to seeding the people that have the capability for the future world. That's number one. I think people, the mindset shift from today's repetitive tasks, how to encourage people to re-equip themselves for the future world. And second, probably not that obvious to everyone, is the security side. So if you don't trust the system, I'm not going to use that. So for the future AI world, we need people to build AI infrastructure, to manage it, and very importantly is to govern it. So from Microsoft, or you can read it from many documents, we call it responsible AI. It's not only talking about the ethics, but how we use it in a secure way, how to use it in equality. Everyone have the same chance to access the AI is the idea of responsible AI. And eventually it becomes a core strength on on an organizations like I just talked to Lane, there's a lot of concerns on further using the AI. You know this is very powerful, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 regulations, security, data privacy, everything. So we will see that security actually is a business enabler. So these two, I would say, the talent, the mind shift, and also the security will be the something we need to think about, well-equipped, including the educations we down to the from K-12 to university. We want to equip our future leaders to shape our future IT.
Thank you. Now on to our final panelist, Ms. Stephanie Hung is a barrister at law and vice president of the Hong Kong Federation of Women. She represented Hong Kong on international stages, including at the United Nations. With a background spanning law, mediation, and advocacy, she brings a powerful voice to the conversation on both youth and women empowerment. Stephanie, you recently represented Hong Kong at the UN Human Rights Council. Could you share with us your experience and what are the key messages that you brought forward and what it meant to speak on behalf of Hong Kong on an international stage?
Thank you, Jennifer, for having me here today with new friends and for asking this very insightful question. So speaking at UN was both a profound responsibility and a privilege, one made possible through Hong Kong Federation of Women and our consultative status with the UN Economic and Social Council. This allowed us to contribute to the general debate on the promotion and protection of all human rights, from civil to political to economic, social, and cultural rights, including the right to development. Speaking on an international platform, though, I have to say today is just as intimidating with such prominent speakers on the panel. But so on the day, we were given 90 seconds to speak, so every word had to carry weight. My core message, or our core message, was clear. We opened with Hong Kong's steadfast commitment to women's development and empowerment, underscored by the enhanced funding and supportive initiatives laid out by the Chief Executive's policy address just delivered a day earlier. We emphasize that these strides in human rights, child protection laws, and support for vulnerable groups such as ethnic minorities are anchored in the stability and safety guaranteed by one country, two systems, and the national security laws, a foundation that safeguards both our liberties and enables all residents and our international friends, especially women and youth, to truly thrive in Hong Kong. It was about speaking about facts and not fiction. It was about countering any allegations that there were made on the international platform about any systemic erosion of human rights in Hong Kong. We pointed to Hong Kong's recent and real achievements, such as being a leading innovation hub, and also the home of the new International Organization for Mediation this year. Representing Hong Kong meant confidently showcasing our dynamic society where women are active architects of the future, backed by tangible, concrete policy, affirming our confident, evidence-based voice in the global pursuit of inclusive progress. And I think just listening here today, I think this is already proof of that. Thank you.
Throughout the years, you've worked on a number of initiatives and championed a number of women empowerment goals. Can you share with us what you're most proud of in terms of helping empowering girls and women, opening up new opportunities and career options?
Okay. I think in terms of our federation, I think there are two initiatives I would like to point to in terms of women empowerment and development. I think in terms of career development, the most important point is for youth to develop and upgrade themselves in this rapidly changing world, especially in terms of AI. So the first one we have, our flagship initiative, is called Half the Sky Boon Bin Teen Program, where since 2005 we've cultivated more than, I think, around 300 exceptional youth, young individuals. And this doesn't include just women. There's also men and male who join our program as well. Through this program, we hope to strengthen their roots and equip them with a global outlook. So in terms of strengthening the roots, we bring them to Beijing for a one-week program where they learn more about our history and our culture and our tradition. At the same time, we bring them for corporate visits, and we ask them to engage in a one-year-long community service project, and we also ask them to attend some leadership talks. In terms of future-ready skills, I think we've mentioned a lot of skills, including strategic thinking, cross-cultural communication, and I think now, especially with the Hong Kong's initiative with Belt and Road Initiative and the Greater Bay Area, I think that's where we bring them to different companies in Shenzhen and Guangzhou for different exchanges and for corporate visits. I think through these exchange tours and career planning and mentorship, we hope, some of them already have jobs, but we hope that they're able to learn more about possible future careers and to also make more friends in this area. And hopefully, because we've also brought them to different AI companies, for example, Meta, but hopefully in the future we can bring them to your companies. As to the second initiative, I think it's focusing on bringing them to a global platform, because a lot of them may just be in Hong Kong or maybe in the Greater Bay Area. So we want to amplify their voices globally. Although this is, I think, our second time in Human Rights Council in Geneva, but we actually have an ongoing yearly program where we bring them to UN New York. And this is for the UNCSW, so Commission of Status of Women. So this, we actually usually just bring females over, but we did have previously some male high schoolers. And so I think through bringing them to New York, where some of them have never stepped out of Hong Kong before, I think it's a really good opportunity. This opportunity is actually gained through a competition that we bring through previously in high schools, but now in universities, where they bring their voices about how to promote women empowerment through AI, climate change, and different issues. And this delegations, they've also spoken about digital age and the corporate boards, where now at least there should be at least one woman and one male on each listed company. So while in New York, we bring them to attend UN hearings, engage with global NGOs, and connect them with different organizations and institutions like HKETO, China Chamber of Commerce, and NYU, so they have more exposure and building international networks. I think this is more than just a trip visiting, just more than just a trip, but it's also an experience which upgrades their perspective and influence, and connecting the belief that they have the capacity to continually evolve and lead on the world stage. And when they come back to Hong Kong or in New York, we have a parallel event where they present these ideas on a global stage and locally as well.
Amazing initiatives. We've heard 4 very different yet connected perspectives, from urban innovation and finance to technology and law, all touching on how women and youth can shape the future. And education is at the heart of developing talent pipeline for the future world of work. The latest government policy address highlights Hong Kong's goal of strengthening its role as an international education hub for post-secondary studies, leveraging our strong higher education with 5 of Hong Kong's universities ranked top 100 globally. I believe there's also great opportunity to expand Hong Kong's position to become an international education ecosystem hub by pursuing further vertical development by extending Hong Kong's strength into the K-12 sector, into primary and secondary education. At the same time, the international education ecosystem concept has potential to extend beyond education itself as a driver of Hong Kong's economic growth and contributing to our community. Through education, we can build an early pipeline of young talents that are ready for the rapidly changing world and also diverse employment markets in the long run. Now, I'd like to open up this next part to all of you with a few broader questions, one that tie back to the idea of preparing youth for the future world of work. As we look into the future, what do you think entry position level in your industry looks like now, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now? And how can we, from policy, from business, and also youth and NGO work, we do have a diverse group of participants here in person, also online, how can we help to rethink and collectively collaborate to move things forward? Maybe we'll start with Dion?
Yeah, sure. So in the AI era, if you talk about 5 years, 10 years, probably really long, but I think like we can foresee the future just mentioned and the future workforce index that the if we talk about entrance level job, the repetitive task probably will not face the future world. So from my industry, like Microsoft is one of the classic example of frontier firm that we applied AI in all levels of work, including the general productivity, like writing your emails, polishing your messaging. So this is general users. And we call it citizen developer. So you can do probably a little bit techy, local platform that you can write your automate agents by yourself. This is another layer. And to the certain extent is the professional applications, like in banking, law firm, constructions, you have a lot of internal applications that probably doing in a legacy way. So in future, we see that all will be all are transforming in different speed. So Microsoft, of course, we are the leading AI company. So we are definitely a frontier firm by the definitions. So within our organizations, we have engineer from different level, from build, design the AI framework to actually deploy it, and also managing it, use it. So we believe that with the firm that firmly believe the AI ROI potential, and also planning to have human agents collaborations. So the future task for this kind of firm definitely will shift from today to tomorrow, like more on being the boss of AI, building the system, doing the governance, and also data interpretations. So as a gift, I will share with all of you, like pass it over to Jennifer, how does the frontier firms look like? How the workforce transform from today and to future? So that will be from a tech firm perspective and all the AI frontier firms that we should consider of.
Before the panel, we had an opportunity to speak, and I'm excited that we can all have our own AI agents if we customize to help us with our daily mundane tasks. So we should definitely all jump on the bandwagon to incorporate this more into our daily lives and also our work. So Winnie, what are your thoughts for your industry?
I think for hospitality, typically it's really very human focused, and it's of course very labor intensive. In fact, I've started this exercise about a year ago. I've noticed that, first of all, in our industry, a lot of my GMs, colleagues always say, oh, Tang, I cannot find good people and all that. So what we have done actually is now, actually, without AI and without this recent technology, it's almost impossible to do this. So in terms of entry level, we're taking a lot of people who have not been in the industry. In fact, people a lot of youth kind of change jobs and really kind of training them from day one. So in terms of what I do envision, I'm still, working towards that, is that, again, I think Hong Kong do have the longest lifespan. So we do have a lot of healthy people who actually can contribute a lot to the workforce. And I've started in hotel industry quite a while back, and a lot of my kind of peers then, they've all kind of retired and now live a life that, kind of just on cruise, et cetera, et cetera. So now what I do is now I engage them back to our company and work on some kind, it's like mentorship, but almost like partnering. So in fact, you can see, so it's kind of interesting because from a youth level, like from a very entry-level colleague, then you can actually, with AI and all that, of course, you can get information, like literally, by the fingertip. But there is still so much human element, and there's still so much about human psychology and kind of habits. At the end, habits makes us, right? So I do like this combo. I'm doing. It's seen good results. So I will update you more eventually. And of course, we should talk more about the different AI that I can deploy. In fact, we were just talking about it. I myself learn online. So I do this 10 minutes a day to use different apps because, again, it's how good your prompts are. There are different apps for different topics, right?
Excellent, Winnie.
Yeah. No, it's true because it's amazing because that's what I like most. It does not sleep. It's 24 hours a day, it does not get sick. I mean, at night now, I can actually do drawings. Because you just take a video of a room, because a lot of times we configure the room of hotels and all that. So I can just plonk, I don't know how to draw CAD drawings, so now I can just plonk furnitures in different parts and send it to my colleagues in the morning. So I think, this is huge breakthrough. I'm learning every day. And in fact, our offsite this year, every 2 years, we have offsites with my senior executives. And I always like to learn things with them because then you remove the barrier. So we're all students instead of a CEO and colleagues. So in fact, this year we are learning, we'll be learning AI together. So again, I will see how that
So
goes.
Winnie, I think you really brought out a core message. We really need CEOs and leaders to get hands-on, embrace and learn AI, and only then the transformation will be accelerated throughout the organization because it starts from the leadership level.
Yeah, I think we need just share a classic example of job shift that probably you will need a lot of CAD designer, drawer to help you to do the design. But in future, probably you can use AI. But you still need a lot of people to build the AI for that purpose. So I think it's a classic example to see the job shift.
Ling, in your industry, at your firm, how do you see it shifting now, 5 years, 10 years beyond?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Winnie likes AI because she doesn't sleep like AI, so she has found a very good friend. In finance, look, I think it's pretty exciting now. I mean, an entry-level job, which is what we call an analyst, is a really dynamic and exciting job right now. Right, and it better be because it's still quite difficult to get a job.
Not doing those PowerPoint slides anymore.
And
fixing the width of the
There is a little bit of
PowerPoint.
some, but increasingly aided by AI. I mean, I think for this year's internship class, Jen, to just update you about our firm, we got 360,000 applications, for a couple of thousand jobs, so less than 1% of kind of offers were made. So we do take the careers of our junior people very seriously, okay? Once they come in, we're at Goldman Sachs, we pride ourselves on our apprenticeship culture, right? Where you learn on the job. There are senior people like me with decades of experience to share with our junior people. At Goldman Sachs, there's a floor culture, as you know. Many of the senior people spend a lot of time on the floor, just listening to junior people, understanding them, which is obviously the first step of developing our junior people. And a couple of things that I will say about AI, which is, at the heart of our industry is really human clients, getting trusted advice from human bankers. And I don't think that will change. I think, our CEO, David Solomon, likes to talk about how, he's been in the industry just a little bit longer than me when he was an analyst, and this was pre-internet days, maybe about 3-4 decades ago. It took him 6 hours to put together a stock chart, right? 6 hours, you go to the library and then you chart a stock price chart, based on newspapers. And as everyone knows in this room, now is at the fingertips of everyone. It takes no time at all, and it's free, right? So we have experienced tremendous productivity improvements over the last few decades, and yet the industry has only gotten bigger. The firm's junior footprint has only gotten bigger, right? So as many of my esteemed panelists have said, humans will find new way to create a value and to create new jobs. But how do I think the junior level jobs will change? Well, I think, right now they do work on presentations still. They also research on trade ideas. They prepare, kind of client portfolio review reports. They organize meetings. They take notes. So some of that will go away, right? And I would say AI certainly automates tasks and is very enabling, but some of it won't, and you will find new things to do. So analysts will start to do the jobs of the associates will start to do the jobs of the VPs. So it's really the older people who have to hustle a little bit more, I think, in the age of AI, and we're ready for the challenge, right? And we look forward to the days of greater productivity, that is AI enabled. Yeah.
Stephanie, I just got a prompt that we're about 5 minutes into wrapping up.
I'll be
We've had
quick.
such a pleasure speaking with all of you. So I'm just going to combine two questions for you, right? The same question, as the legal field, how's it transforming with AI as you're experiencing it right now? But also, as someone earlier in the career development and advice for those online, what advice do you have for them in terms of maybe best advice, worst advice, or life lessons that you might want to share with the audience?
Okay, so in terms of the legal field, I think right now it's still very intensive research, drafting based, but a lot of people are wondering, in the future, are we going to be overtaken by AI or machines? But I think for the current future, at least, that's probably not going to happen, although a lot of the times, I think as the panelists have mentioned, that we will be using AI a lot more often. But I don't know if everyone has been reading the news about the different lawyers in the States who have been using AI, who did not fact check and actually have been brought up with cases which are not real. So I think these are things we need to keep in mind. But in the future, I think as Winnie mentioned, it'll be more human-centered. So the people who are joining the field will need to be more empathetic. And also in other cases, we'll need to be more, we'll need to fact check the AI, which I would have thought would have been the other way around. Although sometimes when I talk to AI, DeepSeek, or ChatGPT, I think they're actually quite empathetic. Or if I ask them to draft an email, they're very nice in rejecting and whatnot. So I think that's how we'll be in the next 5 to 15 years. But in terms of, I think the second question, I think one thing, what I would always keep in mind is to be prepared. And be prepared is not, one part is mainly in terms of our own knowledge. So always being curious and learning what prompts to put in. But it's also being prepared in terms of getting yourself ready so when there are opportunities there, you're able to seize it. And I think that's what I would say.
So best and worst advice, 1 minute quick response, Ling.
Best advice, my best and worst advice just
Career
changes in
advice.
a week because I'm like a podcast fanatic, so it depends on which self-help podcast I've been listening to that week. So my best advice would be this week, would be to operate in your zone of genius, which is where your interests and your passion and your skills intersect. I think that's self-explanatory. And I think my worst advice, I wouldn't call it worst advice per se, but it's just advice that I haven't embraced, which is advocate for yourself more, speak up, tell people how well you've been doing. And I think it's great advice for some, but I think, it's just, I've just always preferred to focus on doing an excellent job with quantifiable results and letting the results speak for themselves. And I do think that, you get a lot of advice, right? And I as a sidebar, do not say no to any advice, because once you start to say no, the advice will stop coming. But I do think that there is, kind of truthful feedback, and then there is opinion, right? And I also think that is important when you are considering what advice to take. Consider what your core values are. Just be authentic. Life is a little bit too short to be anything but yourself, right? And take the advice that resonates with you and act upon them. Yeah.
That was so long.
I'm sorry.
No. So I guess just actually very much aligned with what Ling says, but I think in terms of my advice is, don't be shy, ask. It's very simple. Life is simple. If you don't know anything, don't be shy, just ask. It's as simple as that.
So for me, maybe too many good advice, but the worst advice is from a younger version of me, that I think staying where I'm at, am I, and more responsibilities means more risk. So now I think this is wrong. More risk actually is a chance for growth. And just like Winnie mentioned, failure is not that bad. So we should embrace lifelong learning and trust the journey will teach you more than any roadmap ever could.
Wow, we had such a wonderful conversation this morning. And we've shown that empowerment really does take many forms. Building spaces, redefining industries, advancing technologies, and championing equity. But all of this begins with a shared belief: when women and youth rise, society thrives. Thank you to our 4 incredible panelists, Winnie, Lang, Dion, and also Stephanie, and to everyone here today at HKYPGA for joining us in this dialogue. Let's keep sharing and shaping our future that's innovative, inclusive, and inspired.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is a wonderful sessions. This is really a women power. Now, let me invite all of our panelists to stand on the stage to take a group photo, please. Yeah, please move forward for a group photo. Thank you so much. Great, thank you so much. Please be seated. Thank you. Can we give them another round of applause, please? This is really women power. This is a wonderful, kickstart of the sessions, and we have attracted over 1,000 online viewers right now. So we'll keep the virtual audience happy with our discussions. And in this panel, we heard about different professional women talking about their journeys, and also AIs in hospitalities, finance, legal, and thank you so much, Jennifer, for your wonderful host of thoughts. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Let's go to the next topic, sustainability. So I guess sustainability is key to many industries, all the professionals in every business. So behind the buzzword, what are the bold ideas, great moves, and also the legendary stories behind in Hong Kong sustainability scene? Now, let's invite the treasurer of Hong Kong, YPGA, head of global brands, Terminate and Pi, Ms. Stephanie Chen, to come on the stage to be the moderator. Stephanie, over to you. Let's give Stephanie a round of applause. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry. I'm Stephanie, and I'm thrilled to be moderating this panel. So our goal this morning isn't just to talk about sustainability, but really, we want to be able to capture the energy, the creativity, the spirit, and the innovation in Hong Kong, right? So I want everyone to leave this room getting a sense that Hong Kong is actually plays a leading and a leadership role in sustainability. So I'm especially excited to welcome our panel speakers, which will share unique pioneering perspectives in their areas of expertise. So first, we will welcome Dr. Christine Low. She's currently the Chief Development Strategist at the Institute for the Environment at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Please. Okay. Next, we have Nisa. She is the Executive Director of Redress, and she is at the forefront of sustainable fashion and circular economy in Hong Kong. Now, third, we have Deborah Tan. She's the Director of CWR. She is a leader in advancing water stewardship and environmental risk awareness across Asia. So please, thank you. So today, I hope we keep things dynamic and conversational. So speakers, please feel free to jump in. This is more of a conversation. So let's challenge each other, eh? Okay. To kick things off, I'd like every one of you to share a little bit of a sort of surprising story or a fun fact about how Hong Kong's sustainability scene captures the unique spirit of Hong Kong. So Dr. Low, you've been at the forefront the front row seat in Hong Kong's evolution in environmental policy and innovation. So could you start us off with a story or a moment that really sums up the bold moves, the unexpected things that Hong Kong has led in sustainability?
I don't know where I would start if we're talking about Hong Kong being in the lead. Maybe if we look at many other places, I mean, you don't get into the lead by, you have to take a lot of time. And there are places in the world today where you think they're in the lead when they're actually not, but their promotion may be very good. So, but I think the journey of getting into something relatively new, the idea of sustainability, climate change, they are relatively new, although they've been around for some decades. But you're really asking the world to reorganize itself away from a fossil fuel-led industrial business power into something that we don't quite have yet. And there are certainly early movers, but there are also, like China, for example. China has surged ahead, although it still has many, many problems. So I think for Hong Kong, we're a small place. We don't need to kind of think we're the best. But for a small city, we should be able to do a lot more because we are wealthy and our population actually is well informed. But you know, the thing about living a new kind of life that is not based on fossil fuels requires many of us at our institution to make changes. Connecting and aligning all of that is what we're beginning to be doing in Hong Kong. What I'd like to think is, again, carry on from questions for the last panel, if we were asked to say, well, knowing where we are, if we were to look another 5 to 10 years, where could Hong Kong be? I think that is a better question than to sing our praises today, because we can then go from where we are to really looking at where we could be if we took it seriously.
Can I add on? This is where the debates start, right? Where should we be, right? Because if we want to lead, if we want to be better, it's a lot of resources. So what amount of resources is suitable to put in order to reach to whatever goal we want to be at?
Well, actually, there are many things to kind of focus on. We don't have to sort of say, well, there must be one thing. But if we were just to throw out a couple of examples, energy and water, it's so fundamental. Where would people start, right? I think I look at the city and I say, well, how do we look at our buildings? Our buildings is where we live and work. And we look at buildings like they're dead things, right? But actually they're not. With technology, with AI, with good design, the building is where we spend a large part of our lives. We sleep in a building and we work in a building, right? If the building, and this is possible, if the building is actually good for your health. So, for example, we're still struggling with air conditioning and ventilation and humidity, right? Technology today, and not expensive technology, can get it all right. So if I told you that you could spend, let's say, 8 hours in your office, right? And you could be breathing indoor air that is fitting of the World Health Organization standard, the full standard, that would be good for your health. We can even measure, if you had that condition, how it would improve your health. Now, why wouldn't we want to do that? But to do that, you need to retrofit your buildings. But since actually we're not going to be building too many new buildings, it's really about retrofitting our buildings. But retrofitting our buildings, how would we do that, right? We need the policy. I'm afraid we have to regulate people to do it. Secondly, it's actually good for the owners. How do we help owners to have a new attitude about their asset? They need to invest money into their asset, and we need a system that will actually up the value of their asset. Right now, you retrofit your building, and I'm afraid surveyors don't give you a higher value to your asset. That's wrong, right? That's clearly wrong. But if you can't build too many new buildings, you're left with in the future to retrofit your building to up your value, right? So all I'm saying is all these things, energy efficiency, water efficiency, good health, you know, in the building itself. You can adjust the lighting, right? You know, so many things that will increase productivity and well-being. How about we come up with a policy and a financial system that will encourage that? It's entirely doable. So that's just one little example. Hong Kong can really lead because we have a lot of buildings.
Great, thank you. This is a perfect cue to Deb, because her background was actually in finance. Then now you're like the guru in water, right? So why, or energy, so why, right? And why in Hong Kong, and what do you do? What is your point of view on what Deb,
Christine, thank you for that kind intro. Yeah, I was a banker dealing with another type of liquidity crisis, and now I'm in the real liquidity crisis, right? So when I first started a water NGO or a think tank, people were like, I want to build toilets and I want to build wells, right? How do I do that? And I was like, we're not that kind of water NGO. And then people were like, what do you mean, right? The only type of water NGO I know is really clean access to water. But that's not really what we're doing, because really we need water to make our clothes, we need water to generate power, we need, obviously, water to grow our food, and, you know, electronics, rare earth minerals, critical raw minerals, all those things need water. So really, water just powers our economy, right? We think we drink 2 liters a day, but in our food, it goes up to at least 1,000 liters. So we're really about water security, because with water security, we have energy security, food security, as well as economic security. And the problem with water is that, you know, it's how we feel climate change. So I hate to tell you this, we haven't got climate change under control. So yeah, there's going to be more black rain, and there's going to be more typhoons than whatever we have this year going forward. And that's just not for Hong Kong, that's for everybody, right? We're going to see more water risks, because water is how we feel climate change. And so, you know, for the youth today, if you're looking for a sector that's not going to go away and that's only going to become more important, welcome to the world of water risks, right? This is really only going to rise. And so we also are not ready to tackle all of this, and so that also provides us with a massive opportunity of investment in this space, in adaptation. The conversation so far on climate change has been mainly focused on decarbonization. Hong Kong only has 33 million tons of carbon emissions, of GHG emissions, right? It's not the same as China's 25 gigatons, but we are also very vulnerable. So we also need to sort of like do our part in decarbonizing, because if not, our biggest risk is probably sea level rise, which is going to sort of like, you know, a lot of our commercial activities, and people are living in reclaimed land, which is all low-lying, and so that's going to be heavily impacted by sea level rise. And we need to start this adaptation today. And I would sort of say that provides us with an opportunity as well. You know, in the 70s, 60s and 70s, we built 2 coastal reservoirs, Plover Cove and High Island. We know how to build those seawalls. We should be out there saying we will be the provider of sea level rise coastal protection for the whole of Asia. Just think of the number of cities that will require this service. Jakarta says it's going to build a seawall now. That's $40 billion US, right? Who's going to raise the financing for that? We are. Hong Kong will be, right? So we could actually just not do the infrastructure, but we could be the green finance hub at the same time. I'm going to stop there. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue talking.
I mean, I would have kept asking, right? I mean, why should we do it, right? What is the benefit of Hong Kong in some ways, right? So why Hong Kong?
Unfortunately, sea levels are rising faster than we thought. It's speeded up. It's doubled. The speed of sea level rise has doubled in the last 2 decades, and that's because ice is melting faster. It's getting very warm in our polar regions, which means that ice sheets are now the largest driver of sea level rise. We're on track, if ice sheets continue to melt like this, probably for 2 meters of sea level rise by 2100, which means that sea levels will be at HSBC. So it's in our own interest, HSBC in Central. So it will be at Queen's Road Central. So it's in our own interest to take action to protect our own assets, right? I think, you know, the lady from Microsoft talked about our data centers. Most of our data centers in Zhongguan are very, very vulnerable to also sea level rise, right? And you can also see Zhongguan already being hit by storm surge now. And so this is all going to only get worse, and that's why we have to adapt, because it protects our assets, it generates jobs, it generates economy, but raising money is going to be difficult. And I think, you know, Hong Kong, like the lady in Goldman Sachs says, there's plenty of opportunity for financing. And, you know, it's not like we should do it, we must do it, right? And we not only can do this for ourselves, but we can do it for the whole of the region, of course, and also for China.
Great, thank you. Which also, I mean, today we've talked a lot about the different industries and sectors, right? One thing we haven't talked about is actually fashion, because fashion plays a huge role in, I guess, global pollution or environmental impact. And Hong Kong being actually a fashion hub, I think that's why we have Nisa on stage. Could you first tell us a little bit more about like the fashion industry, about the sustainabilities of it, and how you see.
Sure, yeah, thank you. I didn't necessarily come with my redress hat on to join this panel, but I certainly can touch on that, yes. Okay, well, as a territory, we send about 400 tons of textiles to landfill per day, so there's a substantial, you know, and I don't think it's any secret that we buy and wear a lot of clothing in Hong Kong. We're fashion conscious, we're, you know, quite a developed place, so we like to express ourselves through our clothing. Unlike the water issue, the effect of that isn't necessarily felt deeply and easily here in Hong Kong, aside from our overflowing landfills, but the impact of our clothing choices obviously is felt very nearby in the region where most of the world's clothing is made, right? Just across the border and elsewhere nearby. So fashion is one of the most high impact industries in the world because of its immensely complex supply chain. You know, there's agriculture, there's transportation, there's all these chemicals used, there's a lot of emissions, water, you name it, right? So there's a lot of opportunity in reducing the impact of the fashion industry. So I think there's a role for Hong Kong to play there, which is why Redress does what it does in Hong Kong, both with consumers and brands, and there's a, you know, in the medium to long term, a place for policy as well, because as Christina has said, there's likelihood that we need to level the playing field in order for real change to happen through policy. And yeah, so I think there's definitely a conversation around fashion. I think I wanted to also, because I was thinking as you were speaking about water, and you were asking Christine, earlier about the what we should focus on, and there's a plethora of things that we should focus on. And my personal passion for Hong Kong, just stepping out of Redress for a second, is one of my many is conservation of our biodiversity and water, of which we have so much, marine water in Hong Kong and around Hong Kong. Like, and I don't think it's any secret either that we have astounding biodiversity for such a small territory and such opportunity to maybe emerge as a leader in that space and not lose the biodiversity that we have at the very least. I think that's an area that, you know, we have signed on to global commitments. We are starting to make steps in the right direction. There's a lot of opportunity to grab there, both for the private sector and for the government. So that would be an area that I'd love to see progress.
Right. Well, I guess, could you all tell me more about like the projects, the people you've met that really inspires you and that are moving the needle in the sustainability world in Hong Kong?
I think they're sitting on stage.
What I'm saying is, we have people sitting right here who are really moving the needle, yes.
Okay, well, we can...
It's kind of really where you start with a question like that, right? But maybe we'll hand it to someone else. You're moving the needle. You're moving the needle because, by the way, if you haven't read
I'll
the
give an
report-
example of moving the needle, right?
but-
Okay.
No, maybe I should say something, right? You don't want to, you know, blow your own horn, right? But really, for the reports that you put out, right? If you haven't read them, you should go read them. They're really, excuse the language, they're really kick-ass, right? And it's choosing companies and really looking at how they're dealing with water and sustainability. And there are big name companies in Hong Kong, right, where you look through their details and you pick them out, which are the ones that are kind of honest about their performance and which are the ones that are really not doing very much. So I think they're kick-ass, right? Because it shows them and others what more could be done. And then redress, of course, is way out there in terms of, trying to change the landscape. And you as well, your company, right? Your company as well. I mean, can't find a better sustainability company in terms of the textile areas.
And there's something to be said for people who are leading in the private sector, because it's easier for me on the NGO side to go, well, this is what I do, this is my passion, it's my life, it's my day, it's my night. In the private sector, there's a very different bottom line that you have to meet than what my remits are. And so to inject sustainability in a meaningful way in the private sector is really, something to acknowledge.
Yeah, I want to add to that, right? I think you have climate change as one of your core tenets. And, if you're not buying determinants, waterless, dyeing shirts and trousers, you should rush out there and do that, right? And do something for water. So that's a plug there.
Thank you for the
all have
plug.
at least one waterless dye shirt.
We should all have waterless dye.
Yeah,
So just a little bit more context. So fashion is actually a very dirty business, actually very water intensive. Little did you know, just to make one shirt, it takes 40 liters of water. So 40
least.
liters of water is about,
least,
at least, like 17 days of drinking water, right? So imagine there's 1 billion people in the world, each person buying 3 pieces of clothing a year. That's a lot of water going into making clothes, just specifically from the dyeing process. So the plug is we have the technology to eliminate the water needed during the dyeing process.
And invent it here, right? And so this should be global, and this should be brought to a global level. Just imagine how much water we'll be saving just from waterless dyeing. Right. Thank you, Christine, also for mentioning that. I would give a shout out to CWR. So one of the reports we wrote last year, and the UN Secretary General cited it in his speech at Davos this year. It was really about, and Christine talked about it, we need to transition away from fossil fuels. So we did a report that looked at the top 15 oil ports, which we've now extended to 30. And actually, most of these oil ports will be underwater at 1 meter of sea level rise, which could happen anywhere between 25 to 30 years. So, obviously this is going to be a problem. And so this was the reason why we put this out is so that it gives impetus for the oil sector to transition themselves, because they need to sort of start thinking about this. And obviously for other countries who rely on this oil, imports for energy security, like Japan and South Korea, to also think about it, because they're laggards in transition. So we can actually do a lot with targeted research, but it's not an area that typically Asians would fund and Hong Kongers would fund, because we think, oh, we'll just fund for the good of Hong Kong. But climate change is a global issue, and it's a regional issue. We should also be putting money into climate change to fund for the greater good as well. Because we are also going to be impacted by that. And I think that's a part of philanthropy or business that sometimes we forget about, this climate impacts for the region, because we're a trading hub, right? Trade also is a huge part of our service. We don't really think about that. So I would sort of say, but then Hong Kong is great, because it's a point where we can unsilo. We can unsilo finance, business, real estate development, critical infrastructure, fashion, and so it gives us an opportunity to do that going forward. And in unsiloing, that's really kind of where the magic happens for the future.
I think the issue for Hong Kong is we're not starting the kind of conversations we could have that will, or that can make the business of climate change, the business of sustainability, into that next stage, but we have the capability. And for those of us, I think, who've been in, you could say environmental circles longer, it's not because we're panda huggers. It's because we're interested in how to connect those various issues that allows us to transform. And transformation is about technology, it's about business models, it's about finance, right? It's about production. And all these things, Hong Kong has a leading position, or Hong Kong people has leading positions in a range of areas. So let's take fashion. Hong Kong is a fashion hub, right? We know that. So what is it that we could do that could have an impact? And I know Esquel is doing various things. So you have technology, for example, that can be shared. My example is about buildings. okay, the thing about Hong Kong is, because we're actually quite extreme in the sense that we have extreme density, but we also have needs. And when the world hasn't quite worked out exactly what you do yet, right? And because we're going on this low carbon transformation, one of the things that we could do as a fairly active and advanced society is to see how we can use our own problems as solutions. So if we just look at buildings, we know, I mean, we're not the only city with lots of buildings, but to transform buildings, to retrofit building so that they could be used for another 100 years, right? We know we can do that. So what is it? Can Hong Kong use its own buildings to start that? Because once you kind of know how to do it, including the financing side, you could actually take it outside Hong Kong, right? It's the same with sea level rise. The kind of technology is the kind of biodiversity, you know, even though we're not the Amazon forest. But the thing is, we could, because we also have the universities here, our universities, we're at the stage of what I call the harvest, right? Because suddenly you're seeing, wow, rankings are coming up and so on. And the government is saying Hong Kong is going to be the Boston of China, right? I mean, look at how many institutions that we have. We have more than 10 universities. We have 22 degree granting organizations actually in Hong Kong. So what I'm saying is, this is through decades of investments, and now we're ready for the harvest. So what kind of conversations should we be having about the harvest? How we can take our science and environmental schools, and we're all there. We've got great students and professors and professionals in Hong Kong. How we can ask ourselves, through having the right kind of discussions, about the transformation. And then it's better for us sometimes even to go to government and say, well, maybe you want to tweak your policy in this area. We always bring the financiers along now. We always bring the AI people along now, because this is the current world. But we then discuss what it is that we can do in this sector now. And you know, you've got to take a 5 to 10 year view, because you can't do everything in one go, but how to pace it. So working together, having that excitement about, you know, where we can be in 5 to 10 years that also benefits our region, the Asia-Pacific region, is something that is entirely reachable.
I was just going to put my redress hat back on. And as you're speaking of, you know, academic institutions and opportunities, we run a design award program, the Redress Design Award, which specifically engages emerging and university level fashion designers and fashion professionals to. It's kind of trying to embed sustainable and circular practices and theories and techniques into a generation of fashion professionals that are going to be entering the industry at large around the region and develop that sustainability within it, and also meet the needs of you know, the current and future needs of the industry. So I think every sector has that same sort of, has organizations creating these opportunities that are that people, that youth can look for.
Right. I think a lot of the...
Can I add to these points here? You know, I think Christine has made a great point about looking forward, you know, what we can do in 5, 10 years and so on, right? And I would sort of say, but then I know a lot of you are thinking, but what can we do for 5 and 10 years, right? Well, what is that, right? And I would just sort of say, we have to be more daring, you know, and I think we need to look beyond also Hong Kong. We need to be more daring and look that we in Hong Kong can influence global decisions. I'll give you an example, right? When I started CWR, at that time it was called China Water Risk, right? Back in 2011, our mission was to embed water risk in finance, and we were like, oh my God, how do we do that, right? I'm an ex-banker. That was a pretty ambitious goal, but we don't just want to do that in Hong Kong. We want to do that globally. Right? And we were sitting here next to China, and so we're like, okay, we'll work with banks to start talking about these risks and so on. But at that time, China and the Bank of England, so the People's Bank of China, the Central Bank of China and the Central Bank of England were working together to sort of like form, I guess, a committee of central banks to think about how to tackle financial risks, right, globally, because it could, climate change could pose a systemic shock to the financial systems. So we are like, okay, there's no consensus on valuing water risk. So we will write the essential guide to how to value water risk and build consensus with the investors globally on how to do this from Hong Kong, right? And today, that report is recommended reading in the ISSB standards, right? And we sat on literally every single global standards making board as a result of that. We were also on the China Environmental Risk Analysis Task Force, which has then since become the Green Finance Association of Hong Kong, and so on. So we can actually influence from Hong Kong, from nothing, right, out of nowhere, global decision makings that are standards today. And when people sort of say, how did you manage to do that? You know, it was through a lot of strategic thinking, but also daring to think that we can actually do it, right? And I remember at the same time, Christina Dean started Redress, and we're both like sort of saying, oh, how are we gonna make this into like a global thing, right? And today, you know, Redress, I don't know, it's like a global competition, right? You have designers from all around the world applying for this competition and coming to Hong Kong for the fashion show. And you know, it's from Hong Kong. But what I'm going to say that we're very bad at doing, and I think Christine kind of alluded to it before, is PR, right? We're not very good at sort of saying that, yeah, we did all this stuff. And I think we need, you know, if anyone's in PR here, the sustainability and climate change people need you.
And maybe we can put it this way, right? We all have little platforms here and there. But there are people in Hong Kong who have much bigger platforms, right? Including our senior people in government and others. Actually, very few of them, I think, really understand where Hong Kong is a leader. And therefore, we're losing so many opportunities, right, to actually Chang Ho Hong Kong, right? I mean, and even that's an awful phrase, Chang Ho Hong Kong, right? It's bad. We need to be able to communicate both internationally in English and in Chinese to a much larger audience. But the other thing is to have some facts, right? So let's have some facts. Yeah? So we've Redress yourselves, and some of the areas that your company is going into is institutional dining, right? Be a sustainable leader in institutional dining. And I've worked a little bit with Margie and Tessie on this, so I know. What I'm saying is, if we could do a list of all the areas, and it's going to be a very long list, actually, where Hong Kong or Hong Kong company or Hong Kong resident is a leader.
Sustainable
My
aviation
God.
fuels.
Yeah, and let's just talk about sustainability, right? It's a huge long list. So, for example, I'm at HKUST. I've got some very geeky colleagues. They are the world-leading climate models developers. Right? They've all worked overseas. Right? They're now in Hong Kong, at Hong Kong universities, and we're creating new models, not just use models. We're creating new models on tropical and subtropical climates. The reason is we're in the subtropics and the tropics, whereas the existing models that are used by the world generally are developed in the temperate climates. And scientists now agree that the tropics and the subtropics have certain characteristics, and the models that are in service today don't reflect so well on this. So what do? You've got to do some yourselves in terms of where you are. Right? So what I'm saying is we have people at our universities, at our institutions, in our companies, populating so many areas where actually we're world leading, but we don't know. Right? I might know what we're doing in some areas because I'm in those areas, but I may not know where you're doing. So I think if we could come together to actually see how all these things fit in, because it's about fitting them in. And we have to talk about how these things are not a cost, but actually perhaps a revenue stream. Right? Because people say, oh, the environment is all about spending money, and we don't have money right now, so we can't do the environment, which is so wrong. So how can we change that narrative? But it's about bringing people together of different disciplines.
Right. And I also think it's part of the sustainability people's responsibility to be able to not talk in sustainability language. I think what happens is that we are so into our fields that we actually block ourselves off from normal people language, if that is that the right thing, right? We have to be able to explain the economics of this, be able to promote it. So I think that's also what we need to improve on, right?
But you know, that touches on the previous panels, right? Because what do we say to our colleagues? What do we say to our young people? And at the university, we have lots of young people, is to develop the capability of talking deep, but also talking broad. And that's not easy, by the way. But that capability in terms of going forward, combined with AI and the technology and the vision, I think that will make us sort of more powerful as either an individual or as an institution, and also in Hong Kong. How can we train Hong Kong people to be better communicators?
I think, yeah, back to your point, there is room for someone or some body to create that cohesive story and bring it together, and the breadth and the depth together. I think when you reached out to us about this panel, I was thinking about moments or highlights in my environmental journey in Hong Kong, and I was thinking about my personal banner year, which is 2012. A lot of things happened in 2012. Christine became our environment secretary, and at that time, maybe because of that, but at that time we had this funny year where we implemented finally a trawling ban, which was absolutely game-changing for our waters, in Hong Kong waters. We had an unfortunate incident of shipping containers spilling nurdles after a typhoon into the, but what happened as a result was we saw NGOs and community members, the entire city come together to clean up our shorelines and better understand marine debris. We had, or maybe it was just the year before, but we were implementing a private sector-led initiative, also actually supported by my co-panelists, called the Fair Winds Charter, which was about fuel switching in Hong Kong, which was, again, a game-changing move that eventually led to legislation or mandatory fuel switching, and the number of things that were happening, numerous things were happening in Hong Kong. I think we committed about $500 million to cleaner air, including a pilot green transport fund. It was so much. And news bits did get out globally about each of these things, but there wasn't, like, we could have ridden that momentum and really grabbed it and gone, okay, we're on the train now. Let's, like, really take this international story and momentum. And I don't know, over the years since, I feel like the story of Hong Kong's action and activeness and momentum faded a little bit. For me, that was a bit of a peak in terms of what we could have grabbed on the international stage and made a cohesive story out of. But there's, like, every year there's so many things that happen in Hong Kong that appear as piecemeal, sort of one-off or disconnected initiatives and innovations and decisions that could really be a huge coup for us if we were to...
Actually, there's another really good point. There's another thing that we can do in Hong Kong. And in fact, whatever industry you're in, you must do it, which is we have to be able to tell the China story.
Yes.
We have to be able to tell the China story in an international way. I mean, we're in sort of the environment, climate, energy area. China is the 1,000-pound gorilla. And I'm shocked at how little Hong Kong people are able to tell that story well. You know, we say we are the super connector, but we cannot tell the two sides the story. We are the connector in trying to bridge, right? But if we're talking about China, we need to understand how it does what it does. And very few people can actually do that well. So I'd like to see more of that.
Yeah. You know, that's so true. We talk about financing for China and being the international finance hub, right? But China's doing so much on transition as well as adapting water, the works. But their solutions that they have sort of achieved today can be actually copied across the whole of ASEAN, Belt and Road BRICS and so on, and really help everybody leapfrog forward, right, and find a new development model very quickly. But it's not translated. I'll give you an example, right? Last year, China added just clean, carbonless power, right, that can power the whole of Indonesia and Malaysia. So actually, if we just adopted those policies with tech that is achievable today, we could decarbonize the whole of ASEAN in 2.5 years, you know, if it was just going to sort of like take place. And it's cheap. It's cheap enough to do it today. We just need the money for it. Oh, which Hong Kong can help raise. right? But we're not thinking about it in this way, translating China's actions in this way. I'll give you another stat, and I think everybody here probably watched the military parade last month, right? And everybody was like, wow, look at that military parade. And China spent a lot on defense spending, 1.6 trillion yuan in 2023, right? But last year, China spent 1 trillion yuan just on water. So we're spending almost as much on water protection and conservation as defense nationally, right? And if you actually include the private sector, it's about 1.35 trillion on water alone. But that stat is on how we're protecting the environment is also not out there, right? And the point is that if you knew this, you would think very differently about the environmental space, and the whole ecological civilization conversation is not out there in the Western media at all.
This is exactly the point. Hong Kong does not know how to ride on China's achievements and its ongoing work, right, to bring it into to finance and bring it onto the national stage. We hardly know what it is. I was shocked. I have a class of students, master students, right, doing kind of environment, and I'd say in my class, 80% of them are from China. And when I asked them if they knew Xie Zhenhua, right, they had to look it up. And you know, I remember there was a Hong Kong student a couple of years ago, again in a class, and my class was a special class, and I wanted to talk about the history and the heroes of China's environment. They were shocked. They were shocked. They were sure that my hero would be Al Gore. And I said, no, it's Xie Zhenhua. You know, and they said, who's he? Right? So what I'm saying is, even Hong Kong and mainland Chinese students. So, but because China has now been on a journey over several decades, there clearly is a story to tell. So I suspect that's in many other industries and areas as well. You know, we tend to be able to name the guys who've made a lot of money, right? But we don't know anyone else. So I think there's a lot of good fodder there.
Great. So last question today. Time's running up. There are a lot of students online today. A lot of them have a lot of passion. They want to make a difference. So what can they do, right? Today we've listed a lot of gaps. Then what? What can we advise our next generation? What can they do?
I think in my view, which are the industries of the future? You know, I mean, current and future. You know, if you get into this area, despite, you know, there'll be ups and downs, right, in every industry, but it's not going to stop. Energy, water, well-being, AI. What I'm saying is these are the things that are not going to stop. Biodiversity, that's another really, really critical area. So for the students who take an interest in this, who spend time in it, including doing postgraduate work, these are the areas of the future.
Yeah, I think there's obviously areas, and biodiversity is one of my personal passion ones, and I think a huge growth in job opportunities will come with companies increasingly need to report on and measure their biodiversity impact. But also I think in terms of skills, or at least soft skills, something that I think is missing from perhaps my generation and above, or harder for us to embrace, is change and just ability to change and transform and drive change, rather than this sort of, I feel, more rigid approach to work and industry that has, you know, worked so far. But change is happening so rapidly now in all sectors with the onset of AI and the, you know, degradation of our planet. I think it's something that needs to be how we approach everything in the future.
Yeah, I would sort of say that, you know, unfortunately for the youth, you're going to be experiencing a lot of the climate impacts, right? And everybody's sitting here with children. We need to start preparing them. And we actually, you know, you guys also need to do some heavy lifting yourself to safeguard assets and so on. I would sort of say, you know, yes, we have to decarbonize, but yes, we must absolutely build a resilience future. And I think, you know, the lady from Goldman Sachs, grit and resilience. This is what you're going to need, because climate change is extremely depressing, because risks are only accelerating and getting worse at a speed that we never imagined. I speak to global scientists, and they are terrified, but that terrifying message from them hasn't been passed to us, which means the gaps on adaptation are massive. So therefore, the investment opportunity in adaptation is massive. It is an inevitable sector that will grow, right? We need flood resilience materials. We need fireproof materials. You know, we need predictive models. We need AI to sort of help us with that. Maybe we should also be throwing a lot of money, just like the pharmaceutical sector has, throwing AI at cancer. You know, how do we solve that? We need to sort of maybe start serious money throwing at AI to sort of say, how can we solve climate change, right? Not how can we make climate change or energy systems more effective, but really, how can we really just resolve it and be much more transformative about it? We can't run away from these risks anymore, so we're gonna have to lean into it. And many of these, our listed companies in the index and so on, in the Hang Seng Index and all the other indices are all going to be impacted. So it's how can we protect that? How can we generate work for the youth? And also, we need to be very transformative. Incremental shifts is not going to cut it anymore because the physical climate risks are moving at such a fast pace. Yeah, we need to be ready for kind of new risk climate landscape, which we are not. So lots of work to do. So no lying flat, you guys online.
Great, thank you everyone. Thank you for your time. This is the end of our panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, and please stand in front of stage for photo taking. Thank you.
Just before we step off the stage, thank you to Mrs. Low and Ms. Tan. I think just now when Ms. Low mentioned the heart for having dialogues and discussions, actually we're going to be entering that session right now. I do think, you know, the aspiration of where we can get together of different people from various backgrounds and to really understand the opportunities in Hong Kong. I mean, this event is, you know, it's really our aspiration to have it all in English and to dialogue with different people to understand what are the strengths in Hong Kong. So we will be entering that session now. And thank you again to Ms. Low, Ms. Tan, and Nisa and Stephanie. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you so much. So we hear very passionate sustainability advocates. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we will have a 45 minutes break. So please enjoy the refreshment outside and the coffee and tea. And please be back at 12 o'clock for the opening ceremony. Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Please slowly take your seats. So our opening ceremony will begin shortly. Thank you so much. Okay, good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Please slowly take your seats. The opening ceremony will begin very shortly. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please take your seats. Thank you. Okay, I see we have a full house today. Thank you so much for all of you to come to support us. And I just learned from our staff we have an online live stream reaching 4,000 audience online, so thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is William. I'm the MC today. We're very pleased to present the opening ceremony of the summit today. We are very excited. We also have a live stream, so the people who cannot make it in person can view it and can share with us together. We're particularly honored to have Dr. Horace John Guo-Kun, SBSJP Deputy Chief Secretary for Justice, Hong Kong SAR, as our guest of honor for 2005 Global Youth Powerhouse Summit. Let's give Dr. Zhang a round of applause. Yeah, please. So Dr. Zhang will give us the opening remarks. Dr. Zhang, please.
Dr. Kevin Now, distinguished guests, young leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to join you all today at the Global Youth Powerhouse Summit 2025. Let me begin by extending my heartfelt congratulations to the Hong Kong Youth Professionals Global Advocacy for your unwavering commitment to empowering young talents and building bridges across borders. Bringing together such a vibrant and diverse groups from over 13 nationalities is a remarkable achievement and a testament to your vision. Standing here in Hong Kong, a city where East meets West and where tradition meets innovation, I'm reminded of our city's unique role as a global crossroads. Just as Hong Kong has long been connecting people and ideas from across the world, today's summit brings together bright minds and ambitious spirits, symbolizing the energy and promise of Hong Kong and our youth. This is a time of both challenges and opportunities for young professionals. The world you are navigating is fast changing. Geopolitical shift, economic uncertainties, rapid advances in technology, and issues like climate change, gender, and public health, and reshaping the global landscape. The digital revolution has further hastened the pace and impact of changes. What happens in one corner of the world can quickly ripple across the globe. For young people nowadays, these changes may spark unease, but they also create new horizons. For example, in Hong Kong, our city's unique position under one country, two systems gives us unmatched advantages in connecting with both the mainland and the wider world. With national strategies like the Belt and Road Initiative and the development of the Greater Bay Area, there are new opportunities in fields such as finance, healthcare, technology, and the creative industries. The future is not just something to wait for, it's something our younger generation is already helping to shape. But to seize these opportunities, I encourage you to keep an open and forward-looking mindset, think beyond your own field and even your own city. Engage with the pressing issues of our times, whether it's the rise of AI, the need for sustainable development, or the need to bridge diverse divides among cultures. By telling your stories, and listening to and seeking to understand others, you can help build a global community founded on respect, innovation, and shared purposes. And let me share a quick example from my own field, the legal profession, which has undergone profound changes thanks to law tech and AI. AI tasks that once took hours, like documents review or drafting contracts, can now be completed in minutes. This has brought significant gains in efficiency, affordability, and access to justice. But it also challenges us to rethink our roles and responsibilities to safeguard trust, privacy, and fairness, even as we will embrace innovation. Regardless of your professional fields or interests, the lesson is the same. Technology is a powerful tool, but it cannot replace the human qualities that matter most, such as empathy, judgment, and integrity. As you move forward, keep learning, stay open to new ideas, and remember the value of your own voice. So, dear friends, the future truly is in your hands. Think back, think boldly. Don't be afraid to reach beyond what seems possible. Your determination and creativity will be the impetus for the future development of our city and the world. I wish you all a rewarding and enjoyable summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Please be seated. Thank you. We really appreciate Dr. Howard Zhang took his time out of a very busy schedule to come here and to give us these remarks. So thank you so much. And next, the mastermind of this summit organized by Hong Kong Youth Professional Global Advocacy is our founding convener, Dr. Kevin Lau. Kevin currently serves numerous government, institutional, medical, and also social organizations over various fields, medical affairs, children's affairs, youth development, and social innovation. His expertise in healthcare, policy advocacies, and community engagement enable him to bring us together and bring unique insights to this summit. It will establish as a platform for us, for young people in Hong Kong, for young professionals to leverage their skills and knowledge to address global challenges. As a founding convener of the Hong Kong YPGA, he advocates policies and initiatives that promotes Hong Kong's role on the global stage. Now let's welcome Dr. Kevin Lau to be on the stage to present his opening remarks. Kevin, please.
The Honorable Dr. Horace Chung, the Honorable Dr. Lam Jing Choi, Honorable So Yi, Ms. Bonnie Chan, Alan Zeman, Michael Lau, our distinguished panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and young friends online around the world. Good morning, good afternoon rather. It is my profound honor to welcome all of you to this year's Global Youth Powerhouse Summit 2025 at the Fullerton Ocean Park Hotel. Today, we embark on a transformative journey building over the last year's triumph, where we gathered 200 people in person and 4,500 people online from 30 different countries. This year, we leverage Hong Kong's status as a global hub to foster cross-cultural collaboration aligned with our mission, positioning Hong Kong as a worldwide center for finance, trade, education, healthcare, and forging partnerships across Asia, the Middle East, and Africa, as demonstrated by our 6 Council Generals here with us today. Today, we'll also be diving into 6 future-shaping themes with ESG in fashion and entertainment, philanthropy, education, women and youth empowerment, digital and creative economy. Get ready for inspiring sessions like the one following this with our Leaders Dialogue 2.0 on cross-cultural leadership, Tech and Creative Summit exploring AI ethics, sustainability challenges for environmental pitches, and for the Global Youth Policy Forum for policies proposals for the government and also for exchanges with our leaders here today. And what a perfect time it is for us to gather today. Just in the last week, Hong Kong has shined very bright with our football team spiriting the Asia Cup against Bangladesh with over close to 20,000 people at the Kai Tak Sports Park. Over 16,000 volunteers will be volunteering at the upcoming national games here in Hong Kong. And also shortly, we'll be having our flagship TDC October Global Source Show. And also, I'm sure many of us just last week had witnessed the rowdy fans of the NBA Macau games. So together, let's harness this energy to shape a brighter future, and thank you all for being here today. Let's begin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kevin, please remain on the stage. Please remain on the stage. Okay, so today's summit would not have been possible without the support from our sponsors and many supporting organizations. We would like to particularly extend our gratitude to the following organizations. The Platinum sponsor, Sino Group. So may we invite the Head of Water Investment Sino Group, Mr. Eugene Leung, to come to the stage for a photo taking with Dr. Kevin Lau, please. Okay, we will present the certificate. Thank you so much for the support. Okay, Ms. Leung, please be seated. Kevin, please remain on stage. Now, we would appreciate the bronze sponsors, FWD Insurance and United Imaging. May I invite Ms. Kelly Wong, AVP, Head of Health Management and Product Development, FWD Life Insurance Company Limited. And also Mr. Brian Lee, Regional Sales Director, United Imaging Healthcare Hong Kong Limited, to come on the stage for a photo taking with our funding convener. Thank you so much for your support. Yeah, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Kevin, please remain on the stage. This is a very precious time, so why not let's invite again Dr. Horace Chung, the Deputy Chief Secretary of Justice, Hong Kong SAR, to come to the stage for a group photo. And also, let's invite Ms. Stephanie Chen, Mr. Michael Lau, Mrs. Jennifer Yu Jan, Ms. Cassie Brewing, to come to the stage for a group photo, please. Thank you. Okay, please remain on the stage. Now we have another group photo with the presence of Dr. Horace Zhang. Now let's invite Miss Nisa Cornish, Miss Stephanie Chen is already on the stage, Miss Deborah Tan, Miss Diane Lam, Miss Stephanie Hom, Miss Ling Chang Pan, Miss Bonnie Chan, Miss Winnie Chu, Miss Dr. Alan Zeman, Professor Christine Low, to come to the stage for the second photo taking. Okay, please remain on the stage. We have last big photo together. Now let's welcome Miss Vivian Wong, Mr. Donald Mann, Dr. Eugene Chen, Dr. Jeffrey Pong Chu Fei, Miss Scarlett Pong Oi Lam, Mr. Yu Ka Ming, Miss Aruna Ram, Dr. Christopher Hui Kim Ming, Mr. Richard Lo Chi Ho, Mr. Jason Wong, Mrs. Christine Liang, Mr. Benjamin Liang, Professor Tam Kam Lam Annie, Dr. Kathleen So, Mr. Ken Chu, Dr. Liu Xiao Heng, Mr. Manoj Shalaram, Mr. Rajesh Shaham, Mrs. Linda Ma, Mrs. Imbar Garden, Mr. Jose Balala, Dr. Liang Ching Ken Jackie, Dr. the Honorable So Chang Wing, Miss Yolanda Yu, Mr. Juan Vargas, Mr. Kelly Wang, Mr. Brian Lee, Mr. Eugene Lau. Thank you so much.
Last but not least, actually, I have two very dear mentors that I'd also like to honor. Dr. Lam Jingchai, who sits on our Executive Council member, as well as a dear friend, Mr. Ken Chu, who sits on our National Political Consultative Committee. Thank you, Dr. Choi and Mr. Chu.
We also have the Council of Qatar to come to the stage for the photo. Thank you for your support. Thank you so much. Please be seated. Thank you. It's not easy to have such a big group photo, so thank you everybody for the cooperation, and thank you for the audience for the patience. Okay, I'm back. So this is a big group photo. See how many people come today to support us. We're extremely grateful. So now we're gonna come to a very heavyweight sessions of today. So this is gonna be our section 3, the third panel of the day. Our session 3 is about global leadership exchange. The discussion topic is seasoned pioneers guiding the next wave of innovators. Let's welcome our... Oh, so Kevin needs to escort the Dr. Howard Strong to come out of the venue because he's very busy, but we still call on our panelists to come to the stage. They are Dr. Alan Zeman, Chairman of Lan Kui Fang Group. Let's give him a round of applause. I'm sure everyone familiar with Alan, so really looking forward to your sharings. The second is the first female CEO of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, Miss Bonnie Chan. Let's give Bonnie a big round of applause. Yeah, I know under Bonnie's leadership, our IPO market is very hot, so really looking forward to Bonnie sharing. And also, we have our third very distinguished speakers and panelist, Mr. Michael Lau. Michael Lau is the chairman of Consensus Hong Kong. Anyone have been to Consensus last year? Please raise your hands. Okay, not many. So I guess this year, Michael needs to work hard to get everyone to the Consensus. And Michael is also the Senior Vice President of Bullish. So these are our 3 very distinguished speakers. Coming up, we're going to talk about the seasoned pioneer guiding the next wave of innovators. So basically, I think last year, if people who attended, you remember that we have this dialogue of global leaders talking about how Hong Kong should position itself into this global market. And today, we have these 3 very interesting dynamics. We have a female CEO, we have the father of Lan Kui Fang, and then we have a very young Web3 founders and the man who behind the Consensus. So this is going to be a very interesting dialogue. And of course, we're going to wait for Kevin to come back to moderate this sessions. But while Kevin is away, maybe I just invite 3 of our panels to give a little bit, opening remarks. Oh, but Kevin's back. Perfect time. So Kevin, over to you for the panel. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause again. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Alan, Bonnie, and Michael for joining this panel. Actually, in one of our earlier panels today, we had actually Dr. Christine Low to share. And I thought one of the points she shared was, right now, Hong Kong has a lot of opportunities, and I'm sure you'll be all sharing on that shortly. But it's that Hong Kong doesn't do enough to share it publicly with other people, or sometimes we're not able to tell it well. And also that other people in Hong Kong aren't aware of what are these stories. So she really encouraged our platform to be that cohesive storytelling platform of all these different industries and opportunities for Hong Kong, not only for all of us in this room, but more importantly, I feel it's for all the youth online around the world. How do we pivot? How do we position ourselves? So I think it's with that context and background that I really wanted to dive into our Leadership Dialogue 2.0. One of the first themes I was hoping to touch on was on cross-cultural leadership. How do pioneers shape global innovation and policy? And in particular, I think perhaps I'll start with Alan. How do you view Hong Kong in terms of its role and also in the evolving geopolitical scene, which I know you're very passionate about, and its role? Maybe I'll just start with that and I'll let you open.
No, I mean, Hong Kong, I've been here for 60 years now, And I've been through ups, downs. I've been through the British administration. I've been through mainland Chinese administration. And I've been an advisor for every chief executive since Tung Chee-hwa, C.Y. Leung, Donald Tsang, Carrie Lam, and then, of course, John Lee. Basically, Hong Kong is run by who's at the top. And I can tell you, of all of them, and I've said this publicly, so it's not a secret, John Lee is the best. And Hong Kong, he's taken Hong Kong into the next stratosphere, actually. John Lee is very open-minded, results-orientated. Anything you have an idea, he's there for it. And it's really helped Hong Kong, along with my good friend Bonnie Chan, who as well took over at the stock exchange. And we now have the most robust stock exchange in the world. Number one, beat New York, beat everyone else. She was just telling me we have 300 IPOs waiting to list. And we can say to everyone, thank you, Donald Trump, by stopping closing the NASDAQ for mainland companies and the New York Stock Exchange. And so obviously China then decided we had a stock market that was dead, you know, and funnily enough, countries or cities are governed or looked at by the outside by how well your stock market is doing. It's human nature. If people make money, everyone was saying China's uninvestable, Hong Kong is uninvestable. These are the, you know, the world, the Americans, the Europeans, we can't invest here. It's not a market or anything. Well, we showed them. It's been the most outstanding market last year and will again be this year. And it's not just about the stock market. Financial services has become 20% of our GDP. And financial services is really, really the area that everybody's recognizing that Hong Kong is now a financial powerhouse. And we came from nowhere, basically, because, of course, our connection to China and because of the geopolitical situation, everyone just wrote Hong Kong off, basically, and because of China. I don't have time to go into everything with China. For the youth, my recommendation is go to China if you haven't already been. China is on steroids. Everything they're doing, and they finally showed the U.S. with the rare earths, which everybody knows now, U.S. suddenly come to the table now, like begging to have a dialogue, which they're going to have now in Malaysia in these few days. And so for a city that really was always playing catch up, and because of the reputation, geopolitical situation, people really didn't want to give Hong Kong a chance. We're living in a different world now. Technology is the future. For all young people, technology and biomedical, those are two categories that I like very, very much. And of course, climate change is the other one. But basically, in technology, the way AI is moving so quickly, all you have to do is go to China and see Xi Jinping, the president, has just banned NVIDIA chips from being sold in China. They went from 95% to zero now. Because why? Because the brilliance of the Chinese young people who really are involved, and the older time scientists who are involved in technology, that's really been a game changer for China. And it's made the people in China very, very confident now, to the fact that we all used to look up to the U.S., we all used to look up to their technology. I can go on, but I know there's other speakers. DeepSeek is another thing that for OpenAI, Sam Altman got investments for $30 billion US, and now with Elon Musk, with all of them, they're all going around, and Jensen Huang spending another $30 billion, and it's just the billions are running. This little company, DeepSeek, comes out of nowhere, and for $5.6 million US dollars is able to actually beat what ChatGPT is doing. And it just makes me so proud because I am Chinese, and I made the right decision in 2008 to become Chinese. And so I can tell all young people, I can go on in robotics in China. It's a whole nother thing, but I'll let the other speakers speak, and then you can come back to me.
Thank you, Alan. I'm sure actually you're more Chinese than many of us, actually.
Indeed.
That I am.
Perhaps, Bonnie, there, as Alan actually just said, 300 IPOs.
Yes.
How do you do all that and still look amazing? And
Well,
all
I
that
don't
you
sleep
do?
much, as a lot of people do. I belong to the 5 a.m. club, so I wake up every day at 4:30. That gives me another extra 2 hours maybe to work. But actually, I do want to respond to a comment you made at the beginning. The fact that we all need to tell the Hong Kong story better. So my take on it is this. In my experience, bad stories usually travel faster than good stories. And I think especially for people in Hong Kong, there is a tendency to be quite modest. Or maybe the attention is always, let's just, do real work and make money, right? And not a lot of attention and energy it's spent on broadcasting the good story. So in my job, I'm the CEO of HKEX. A big part of what I do is really to broadcast the good story of Hong Kong. And frankly, we have a lot of really exciting stories to tell. So if I dial the clock back to 2 years ago, when the announcement of my appointment went out, and that was December 2023, Hong Kong was in a very different spot, where we were called the relic of an international financial center, 國際金融中心遺址. And it wasn't very nice, right? Our stock market was not doing well. We probably trade around less than 100 billion Hong Kong dollars a day. IPO activity was grounding to a halt. It was very, very challenging. But I think Hong Kong has always been able to show that resilience. And the fundamental is great. Alan alluded to the fact that we have 300 IPO applications, getting processed right now. And you have to focus on that number. It's a record number. We've never had that big a number. But what exactly, is the meaning behind it? I think it is an illustration of how strong the country's economy is. The fact that it is able to turn out exciting company after exciting company. You cannot say the same for other economies around the world. And so, and I completely agree with Alan. For those of you who do not travel as much to the Chinese mainland, please do so. Going to Shenzhen, for example, these days, it's like Jetson City. It is amazing technology on full display. If you go to cities like Shanghai, Beijing, just standing on the street and looking at the vehicles bearing the green license plate, which, basically, mean that they are electric vehicles, the penetration is mind-boggling. I just came back actually over the weekend from Europe, and I'm seeing a very different picture. So I guess, the fact that we are able to turn things around, it's really good. We have a lot of tailwind behind us at the moment, which is very good. And I do encourage all of you to be, a little bit more shameless like I am. Go out there, tell the story, and really, invite your friends from all around the world to come and see for themselves. I think seeing is definitely believing.
Thank you, Bonnie. To Mike. Actually, Mike is, I don't know, sorry, because I just rushed out, but if we had introduced his title, he chairs Consensus. And for those of us that aren't aware of what Consensus is, they actually had their inaugural meeting in Hong Kong earlier this year. Consensus is actually the world's biggest crypto Web3 conference. And actually, just in that single event that Mike did in Hong Kong, he brought over 30, if not 40,000 people around the world to Hong Kong. I don't even know how to add all the company values of all the people you brought. I want to say it's like in the trillions, because they're all in crypto and Web3. So these are exploding companies that he's brought over. Can
can you tell us about what that is? Because I think to a lot of us, this whole industry, it's so new to us in Hong Kong. I mean, I think, we've heard from central authorities and Hong Kong government say that Hong Kong is a sandbox for this. But what does that mean? Can you decode some of that for us?
Yeah, for sure. So just by way of background, I've lived here for 17 years in Hong Kong. So this is home for me, together with my wife and kids. I love this city. And there's a lot of family roots here. And for me, this particular industry was an opportunity to take another dimension, another lens to be able to showcase Hong Kong. And so 2 years ago, when I was asked to bring this conference here, I thought to myself, here's an opportune moment to, one, be able to showcase the industry and what's happening, but also, this is a fantastic host city for a conference that people like to go and do things, right? And I mean, the F&B industry, which, again, Alan is a legend in this space. We encouraged everybody to go to LKF that week, and everyone took us up on that. But also as a finance center plays such an important role, and many thanks again to another legend, Bonnie, for bringing that in that kind of traditional financial capital markets context. I think the earlier point about how we sometimes don't share enough about what we're doing. My thesis has long been that the product of Hong Kong is incredible. The talent, the fact that we are an international finance center, all of that is incredible. The opportunity is a marketing one. And when we brought this conference for the first time, I told many people who had not been in Hong Kong for many years or never been to Hong Kong, and largely kind of, built their views on fairly biased news sources outside of Hong Kong. I said, suspend your judgment for a moment. Come over here, see for yourself, then make your conclusion. 100% of the people walked away saying, I love this city, I need to come back, there's so much going on. And I think what was interesting is that in an industry that is so high growth, people are trying to figure out how do they build their businesses and where to build their businesses to endure. And it's hard to argue that there's a better place in the Asia region than Hong Kong, given the fact that we have such incredible talent, we have this super connector status, and also a large part of what we do in our industry is finance related. And so the convergence of that digital finance towards the really heavyweight mainstream finance, there isn't a more important place for that to happen than here in Hong Kong. And so for the government of Hong Kong to be so publicly supportive of this industry continuously for 3 years, I think it set us up for an incredible opportunity. And for us, the fantastic thing was, of the people that showed up to our conference, 75% were from outside of Hong Kong. This was, I think, the thing that spoke to me the most, was the fact that people really want to see what's happening here. And one of the things that we really encourage people to do is to kind of look at the product and the substance. And I think for us as a company, we're part of a bigger company called Bullish. We've just recently IPO'd in the US, but half of our leadership team is in Hong Kong, and a good portion of our people are here in Hong Kong as well. I think just to talk about technological talent, most people don't realize this, but our CTO is actually a graduate of Hong Kong UST. And so for a leading crypto exchange to say that our CTO actually comes from a local university here, I think speaks to, again, that incredible product of talent, as well as the unique position strategically that we have here as a city.
But you need to come back to Hong Kong for a listing, you see.
You have an invitation from the CEO, Mike. Actually, Alan, could I come back to you? Because just now, Michael talked about his summit brought so many people overseas. A lot of them, maybe it's the first time in Hong Kong, and just seeing Hong Kong has been mind-boggling for a lot of these people. In terms of how are we, and then we have the Asia Financial Summit upcoming in November, what are we doing in terms of entertainment, F&B, and aligning or collaborating with these global conferences? Because they're bringing in a lot of people. Are we having the opportunities to showcase Hong Kong's best to these people?
Well, I mean, just to tell you, for Lang Kwai Fong, which is what I can speak about, when there are all these conventions, and even in China, when you now have in Guangdong, in Guangzhou, you have the Chinese trade fair going on. it brings so many people here. And obviously, because Lan Kwai Fong is a brand and it's been going, I think, for 35 years or more, actually, it brings a lot of outside people. And the thing that I always hear is, as the other speakers have said, oh, this is not what I was expecting. This is not what I heard. Because of the geopolitical situation with the US or other countries against China, the media spreads the wrong story because it's easier and everybody loves a bad story. Mm-hmm. And so the good thing is that Hong Kong, these people coming, I know the government keeps saying, let's tell the good story, let's tell the good story. What I say is let's show the good story, meaning the more people we bring over, consensus people like Michael, Bonnie, the more people we have coming to see for themselves, they're the best messengers when they go back, because they're from all over the world. And they go back, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's Africa, because we have such a diverse market. And thank you to China that everybody uses Hong Kong because the one country, two systems, which really has come into the biggest prominence ever. Because before it was an idea that Deng Xiaoping had in his head. It's never been done before in the world. It was always, it was just something that he dreamed up. And we lived the experiment the first number of years, and we continue to live that experiment. But we are now really the one end, the front end of China going to the world, because our system, we practice common law instead of civil law, which China does, which most of the world has, and that really helps Hong Kong a lot, and the trust with all our banks, our stock market, and the more all our banks do very, very well. It's the beauty of the system, money in, money out, no questions asked. You don't have, like many other countries, you're trying to figure out how to get your money out and after the investment and all that. It's a free flow of capital, and that's really been a big, big game changer. And that brings so many people to Hong Kong. And of course, we have a lot of great, not just Lan Kwai Fong, but there's a lot of sights to see. The other thing that people forget, the most important thing that I always stress, safety. You go to Europe, you go to New York, the US, I mean, you can't wear a watch or earrings or necklace. I once had a solicitor call me who didn't even know me. She was from Hong Kong, Chinese girl in London at the airport. She just arrived, and some guy on a motorcycle. She was on the mobile phone calling someone, and someone on a motorbike drove by, snatched the phone out of her hand, and then it took 12 hours or something to report her to the police and all that. Because again, it's just terrible what's happening around the world. But in Hong Kong, in Lan Kwai Fong again, you can send your kids, and they can be there all night, basically. It's safe. We've had very, very minor incidents over all the years. And it's the best thing. You can go anywhere in Hong Kong. You can leave your cars unlocked. I remember when I was in the US, when you park your car, you had to take the radio out and hide it under the seat. I mean, who wants to live like that? That, to me, is one of the best things about Hong Kong. You say, Michael, that you came out 17 years here. And I can tell you, that is a big plus, especially bringing up kids. And I'll have all the consul generals here, and many of them know exactly what I'm talking about. And so that is really a big plus, and that's why people want to invest in Hong Kong, because also going, we're the gateway to China, and investing here is something that people trust. So, there's just so much that it's great, the best story ever since I've been here that Hong Kong has to tell, and we tell it by showing, and that's the best thing, because many times you see a story in the newspaper, nobody they don't read newspapers, but online basically, and nobody believes it and all that kind of, and you can say whatever, especially with AI, nobody knows what's real, what's not real today. So but basically, that's really, as I say, it's Hong Kong is one of the best places now, and you know, and new restaurants coming in, and we're trying to attract the Middle East market, and of course their halal food, and so many restaurants now are switching over to halal food, and you know, this is the thing. The good thing is we recognize the world, and everyone here is important, no matter what your nationality, where you're from, doesn't matter the color of your skin, doesn't matter if you're Chinese or religion or anything. We are free to practice everything in Hong Kong. There's no better place, basically, and that's why I've been here 60 years now.
Thank you, Alan. Just something, I guess for Bonnie, something that's a bit more technical, but one thing that I think as a finance opportunity for Hong Kong has been the discussion of stablecoin. I think a lot of us actually don't know what that means, like stablecoin, or maybe that's more for Mike. I mean, tag along with this question is also, I think, is we've heard a lot about, and the C's mentioned in the past, about how there's Hong Kong is an offshore renminbi place, and we have a lot of offshore renminbi parked here. But again, could you help translate to all of us what opportunities or what exactly, how does it benefit everybody in this room, or how does it benefit Hong Kong? Like for all the young people as well online, like how can you explain it a bit to us?
Okay, I'll try and then Michael can correct me. So the way I described the opportunities in front of me recently is this. I think the world in general is trying to find a new equilibrium. Okay, I think the world for the last many decades have been very used to a particular way of investing. And I would even go further to say that in the past few years, for a variety of reasons, it seems like the whole world was gravitating towards one market. And you know, we know that we're talking about the US market. The whole world was trading, in fact, 7 stocks, the Magnificent Seven. And technology, in fact, enabled that to happen. But I would suggest that that's not very healthy, and the proper functioning of capital markets should be to match opportunities with capital, and we shouldn't have a lopsided situation. Now, as a result of recent geopolitical tensions, etc., I think the world is now able to see risk through a different lens. And there is now a strong preference on the side of global investors to maybe diversify a little bit and finding that new equilibrium. So if I take a look at this, call it a problem statement, and think about what we can do in Hong Kong, I would suggest that we need to make sure that we can offer the same set of products, right, or even better, in as efficient a manner, right, and be open or to make sure that we're accessible by everybody, all investors around the world, be them retail or institutional. That way, we can capture these opportunities to the fullest extent. And therefore, to your point about stable coins or RMB internationalization, to me, it is about making available more options, more choices. So, for example, RMB internationalization. I guess the world is very used to transacting in US dollars. If I talk to you and I say, okay, you know, just convert any numbers in US dollar terms, you know immediately your math will allow you to know what is the equivalent in US dollars term. But if I say, okay, you know, I make $200,000 a month, right? What is that in RMB? You know, people may need to think a little harder. If you ask the same question of someone in the US or in Europe, I mean, they probably have no idea, right? So the fact that the US dollar, you know, the currency has been so dominant for such a long time is not a matter of right or wrong. I think RMB internationalization is really about providing investors around the world with another medium through they can store wealth. It's about storage of wealth And in that regard, what Hong Kong can do is really to create more application scenarios, right? So that people are happy if they, say, for example, buy a, instead of US treasuries, buy a Chinese government bond, which is denominated in RMB, and they happily store their wealth through that medium. That way, over time, the use of RMB will proliferate, right? So that's one example of how, we make that currency more popular and more accessible to more people. Now, stablecoin is something, at least in my current understanding, different. So it is not for now a storage of wealth. I think stablecoins for now, at least in my understanding, is more a medium of exchange, shall we say? It's a form of payment almost, yeah? So say, for example, if you currently buy stocks in the Hong Kong market, right? There are many ways you can settle that trade, right? You need to pay for, if you buy a lot of Hong Kong Stock Exchange stocks, right? You need to settle it. But for the most part, you're settling it through the banking system, yeah? It is about sort of making sure that the money get transferred to the right account at your brokers at the right time, and then the settlement happens. However, with the introduction of stablecoins, it will, again, I think, provide people with an extra, alternative through which they can settle payment of, stocks in my example, or really anything else. And I think, in Hong Kong, we have now the legislation which took effect in August. I think it will be it will take some time before we'll actually see issuance of stable coins. But imagine, you have, one day these stable coins available, and, depending on the adoption, you can use that to settle more exchanges of goods or trades. Then it will gain the popularity. So stable coins, for now, I do not draw an equal sign between that and digital asset. Digital assets, I think more it's what Michael deals with in a lot of ways, the crypto side of things. But I think in general, the way I tend to comprehend these new emerging concepts is really, in what ways are they providing an alternative? Is this alternative something which gives you a better experience, and a better return or a better adoption? And that's how I tend to look at it. I mean, Michael.
Yeah, no, I firmly agree with a lot of what you said, Bonnie. I think just to play on the RMB thing and then going to stablecoins again. Somebody recently told me, or put it this way, access to RMB financing is, being able to access the second largest GDP, of the world and be able to benefit from all of that. And there's an element, I think, that over the last 2 years you've seen, I think, and Bonnie phrased it extremely well, trying to find a new equilibrium. And I think that's exactly kind of where we are today, and we're trying to understand how that fits into it, because for the most part, in our world as well, it's been very, dominated by US dollar. And so I think there's a role to play here, and I think it's quite interesting to see how RMB internationalizes. On the stablecoin conversation, one of the things that I have spent a lot of time thinking about over the years is just the general topic of innovation. And I think at the end of the day, technology innovation, to me, can be summed up as most likely to succeed if it's faster, cheaper, or accessible where it wasn't before. Just on the three basic premise. Our industry is quite interesting because we're quite new. And for many of the people that have worked in kind of old industry or mature industries, you have the benefit of really great banking partners. Our industry has not had that for many years. And part of it is because we're new. And so we lacked a great kind of alternative to that. And so we said, hey, stablecoins is very helpful for us because it is the same type of thing that we need to use, which is US dollar, but it's faster, cheaper, and accessible, which we just didn't have. What's interesting is that I think that narrative has started to take up a bit more. And it's not so much a new asset class, which is, I think, what Bonnie was alluding to. It's just simply the same asset class, but just with different technology format that is faster, cheaper, and accessible. And I think for us, what's been an interesting way to demonstrate that is we IPO'd over the summer. we raised about $1.15 billion in the US. And we said to our bankers, please go and make sure that that proceeds is delivered to us in stablecoins, because we've been using that for many, many years. And so we're the first ever to use like a very traditional capital markets activity like IPOing in the US and taking the entire proceeds in stablecoins. And because we believe in this future. And I think we were a little bit forced to believe in this future because we didn't have some of those options. But I think it demonstrates that there is a first principles opportunity for this. And maybe not everybody in this room will need to use it necessarily, but I think what you've noticed is that this adoption has happened in emerging economies where people don't have access to great traditional banking services but use a mobile phone. And so I think there's an interesting element here where there's a grassroots adoption that has been a large part of the story of our technology. But in Hong Kong in particular, as well as other big financial centers, this is where the big money comes into the picture. And it has to be regulated, and it has to be solving for all the AML, KYC things that we mentioned. It's got to be in compliance with how we think about the broader financial system. And I think that there is an interesting opportunity, again, one which is kind of, I think we'll explore in another panel later today, but to this one, it's just a different format, technology format of an asset class we're very familiar with. So yeah.
Thank you, Michael.
Kevin, if I could say one other thing about stablecoin, because I was talking to Michael earlier about it. I'm a firm believer in it, because if I compare it to China with Alipay and WeChat Pay, suddenly there's no such thing as a credit card in China or cash or whatever. It's all in your phone. I used to be in the export business for 35 years, actually, and the hardest thing was getting paid in general, because you had to go through the SWIFT code from countries all over the world, and the US dollar was the dominant choice. But now with stablecoin, once more and more people start using it, I believe that'll become one of the best way and cheapest way, because you're avoiding the bank. You put it immediately, get paid in your wallet, and it's finished. And like Alipay and WeChat Pay, in China, in China, you don't need to do anything that we do. I mean, we still use credit cards, and we have to sign and do all the other stuff. Not with those two commodities, and so that's why I really think that will be the next form of payment, because it is cheaper and faster, and you avoid all the regulatory things. And the good thing is, again, about Hong Kong, because in August 1st, Paul Chan and the HKMA, they got together and really talked about putting it on the market, being the first one in Asia, actually, even ahead of Singapore and every other jurisdiction. But still, they're very cautious, and by the early next year, by January or February, it'll get, there's, I think, 13 or 14 companies that have been issued licenses, and they'll be able to start operating that.
That's fascinating. I mean, I just learned a lot about stablecoin through this dialogue. In the interest of time, I think everybody still wants to hear more from our three distinguished leaders, but could we wrap up with this one question? In less than 2 minutes, can you let us know from your angle as leaders of Hong Kong, where you see in the next 24 months the best opportunities for Hong Kong? Maybe I'll start Michael first.
I'll speak to my industry, my space, because I can probably speak less intelligibly in the other ones, and so leave it to the real experts. I think in our sector, we have amazing technical talent in Hong Kong. We have amazing universities, and for a long time, what I'll refer to as Web 2 companies, so think, Google and Facebook, et cetera, none of them have had engineering bases here in Hong Kong. And so most people that are graduating with incredible technical talent from our universities go to banks, or they go north, or they go south of Singapore. And I think this is an opportunity for us with our industry to keep this talent here in Hong Kong, building other non-financial technologies. I really believe that this is a particularly unique case and opportunity for us that I would love to see happen more, because we have incredible students and we have incredible talent amongst our youth in Hong Kong.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, I think I've actually answered the question. I think the biggest opportunity really lies in the fact that the world is trying to find this new equilibrium. I cannot say it more loudly. Because it is a very big momentum, right? And I alluded to the fact that, the world was a little bit blindsided, in my view, in the past few years, thinking that there is only one holy grail. I absolutely agree with Michael that Hong Kong should position itself so that it is, at the minimum, the leader for the region. But more importantly, it should be able to host a lot of talents from all around the world. We traditionally do really well, as Alan mentioned, in the financial sector, but I really believe that the potential goes beyond that. So to me, I would invite everyone to really think about how you can partake in this pursuit of the new equilibrium. The world can center around Asia. In fact, Hong Kong can be in the very middle of this big momentum. So, I think it's for all of us to sort that one out.
Thank you, Bonnie.
I'll sum it up. To me, the future for Hong Kong, obviously, is the northern metropolis. That is the new area that is adjacent to Shenzhen. And and John Lee, actually, he himself will head all the committees, everything, to make sure it gets done, kind of limiting regulations, moving it faster and faster, something that Hong Kong was bogged down with after the handover from the British. And so I think that for me, talking about technology, Beijing has kind of ordered Hong Kong because we are far behind in IT and technology as far as compared to China, basically. And so I think as quickly as we can, we now are building the Shantin Metropole, and which is a combination of Hong Kong and Shenzhen in partnership on technology. We're talking about a university town there, which another 4 or 5 top universities. We have 6 universities that are in the top 100 every year in the world. Really something. University of Hong Kong is number 11 in the world. And so it's really something to see because we have such bright people, and in all this technology all over the world, especially the U.S., 50%, more than 50%, are from the mainland. Actually, are Chinese, and that's why so many are now returning back to China, and so Hong Kong itself, because of our one country, two systems, we are poised to really reap the benefits of the future, and once the northern metropolis, and that is for young people, that's an excellent opportunity for young people to get involved and really see it's going to change. We're in biomedical. We've just attracted AstraZeneca's opening up here, Glaxo, so many. We've got 4 new companies, international companies in biomedical, and CM Low was here, and he'll tell you, basically, we will now be approving drugs instead of what the FDA does in the U.S. 7 years, 6 or 7 years. We'll be approving it within a year, and so that's why so many biomedical companies are opening up. So that's the opportunities again of Hong Kong and for young people, because we're so quick to realize some of the problems around the world in different areas, and Hong Kong now is really changing that and leading the world, and that's what's attracting companies, private companies, public companies to come out here, and I just see a boom coming and very safe. I worry, as Bonnie, about the U.S. stock market because, Warren Buffett pulled out and said, it's like a casino right now, basically, because at one point, stocks were tied to PE ratios of the value of the company, and that's how you really invested. Today, it's a group of 7 companies, and as they go, if they say one thing, it just goes crazy, and people just lose sight, and it just keeps building on itself. I've seen these things at some point, and Warren Buffett's been around longer than me, but at some point, you do see a crash. When there's no base, you just have air. At some point, something comes along to deflate the air. So, but Hong Kong, at the other hand, we're very stable. We don't work that way, even though the stock market's been very, very good. But these companies have real earnings, and they really do. It's not future potentials, and that's the beauty. So in 2 minutes, I know I've spoken longer than my 2 minutes, but that's normal for me. But, but I say Hong Kong has a great future. Everyone in this room, I can tell you, just do your little part. Never mind telling the stories. Let's do it and show the world. We don't have to tell them. Let's show them, and everybody will get it very quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to Alan, Bonnie, and Michael. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Would the panelists stay on the stage and step forward for a group photo together? Thank you. Let us put our hands together again for this very exciting panel. Thank you so much. Thank you, Michael, Bonnie, Alan, and Kevin. Thank you so much. Okay, this is the end of today's morning session. Please enjoy the lunch and come back at 2:15 for the equally exciting afternoon sessions. We have 3 more to come. Thank you. Enjoy the lunch. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our afternoon session will begin very shortly. Please take a seat. Thank you. I'm sure you all enjoy the food and networking. We will give you more time to do it during the coffee break, so please return to your seat. You can still grab some bites, but we're going to have a very interesting panel discussion coming up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. And can I trouble you to sit in the middle so that we can have more direct interactions with our panelists? Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So this morning we have heard a speech by our Deputy Chief Secretary of Justice. And also, we have the opening remarks by Kevin. We have 3 interesting panels in the morning, and now we have 3 more in the afternoon. Now we're moving on to a very specific topic on Web3. First, let me introduce the 4th panel moderator, Ms. Kathy Browing, Head of Associations of Web3 Harbor. Kathy will bring a panel of seasoned digital entrepreneurs as well as experts together to discuss how the digital assets can shape tomorrow's economy. Kathy, over to you. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us today for a discussion on how digital assets are shaping tomorrow's economy. As mentioned, I'm Kathy Bruin, Head of Association at Web3 Harbor, which is a Hong Kong-based industry association for advancing the digital asset and decentralized tech economy across Asia. And today, I'm very delighted to join to facilitate a conversation with distinguished guests and experts in the industry. So kicking off, I know a couple were just here a moment ago and are coming back, but may I first invite up Gary Liu, who is the CEO and co-founder of Terminal 3, which is building Web3's top data privacy shield for user data and identity, keeping information secure yet shareable on demand. Gary is also the chair of Web3 Harbor and sits on the ICT Services Advisory Board of the Hong Kong Trade and Development Council, and also on the Education Promotion and Talent Subcommittee of the Hong Kong Government's Web3 Development Task Force. Next up, I'll invite Joy Lam, who also sits on the Hong Kong's Web3 Development Task Force. She has several years of experience at leading international law firms, where she has advised on tokenization transactions, crypto-native fund launches, and also digital asset licensing wins in Asia. And until recently, Joy was head of global regulatory and APAC legal for Binance. And next up, who we heard from earlier today, Michael Lau. He will be joining us back on stage. If you weren't here or tuned in this morning, Michael is Senior Vice President of Bullish and Chairman of Consensus, which is one of the most significant crypto conferences globally, and it was here in Hong Kong in February. Notably, Consensus generated an estimated $275 million in economic impact for the city, and it was also mentioned specifically in the Hong Kong Financial Services 2025-26 budget speech. So we're very excited to welcome Consensus back in February next year. And I know just returning soon, oh, thank you, Evan. Evan, finally, our panelist, Evan Aoyang, Group President of Animoca Brands, which is a Hong Kong-based powerhouse in blockchain innovation and investment, driving the digital property rights ecosystem. And I'll sit down. Thank you. And I'll let each of you share a bit more about yourselves, given your breadth of experience across the industry. But before that, for everybody online and in the room, just a little roadmap of what we will cover today in this session. We really want to cover 3 frontiers, redefining tomorrow's economy. First up, looking at Web3 investing, kind of deep diving into crypto basics, but also then looking at this last week's Bitcoin roller coaster. So it'll be interesting to hear some insights on that. And then we'll go into the real revolution. We touched briefly earlier this morning on stablecoins, but we have a lot of experts here, and so it'll be interesting to hear more about Hong Kong's leadership in this space, as well as real-world assets and how they have the potential to unlock trillions in hidden value. And then lastly, we will dive into digital identity and how Hong Kong can really cement its status as a leading global hub for innovation and as a financial hub. So let's get started. If I could just start to my left. Gary, do you mind kicking off with a bit more of an introduction to what got you into Web3 and why you're so passionate about Hong Kong?
So passionate. Thank you, Kathy. And thank you to Kevin and the organizing committee for this incredible event. I'm very, very privileged to be here. My name is Gary Liu. I am the co-founder of a company here headquartered in Hong Kong called Terminal 3. We are a data privacy company. Our core technology, which is infrastructure technology, solves a major problem we have in today's world, which is that data is becoming increasingly siloed. It's in private databases all over the world, and we are having a very difficult time actually consolidating that data and using that data in a safe and secure way. Part of the reason is because of security mandates. Part of the reason is because of data regulations and policies. But thankfully, in 2025, we have new technologies that will allow us cryptographically to access data as it sits in very, very secure storage and then make it available for use across platforms and across borders. So it's infrastructure technology, but it solves the problem of data use and portability around the world in the most private way possible. My passion around Web3 technologies is because I've been in the technology space my entire life. My career started off at Google, and then AOL, and then a company I think many of you in the room are familiar with, which is Spotify. I was very privileged to work in Spotify in the early years of that company and was part of the Spotify team that helped launch Spotify around the world, including here in Hong Kong in 2013. And along that path, I spent most of my time building products around user data. And so I'm very well aware about how unsafe internet technologies actually are for data. We no longer have any privacy. And frankly speaking, security is kind of a back-of-mind thought for most internet and digital companies. When I was introduced to blockchain technology, it was at the very start of 2018. And at that moment, I actually was the CEO of the South China Morning Post here in Hong Kong. That was the job that brought me to Hong Kong 9 years ago. And the technology changed my mind foundationally about how data should be stored, how data should be accessed, and what we can actually do with private information around the world without having to infringe on personal privacy. So that's how I ended up building in this space. It took me several years to learn enough about it to make the bet, and 3 years ago, I left the newspaper and started this company to hopefully to make our world a safer place, but all of our data actually more interoperable. So that's me.
I fell into digital assets. People often ask me, how did I get into digital assets? And I wish I could say, in 2018, I had this amazing foresight and I knew that digital assets would be the next big thing, but honestly, right place, right time. I was promoted to partner at one of the big international law firms in 2018. And when you're a new partner, they tell you, go figure out what your niche is going to be. You know, you kind of shift roles from executing and doing deals to having to build a business. You need to manage client relationships, you need to pitch, you need to do all of these things which involve soft skills, which frankly, you don't get any training on when you're a lawyer coming up through the ranks, because you get promoted based on your ability to execute. And all of a sudden, you just kind of have your role completely changed? And so I decided to join this industry association in Hong Kong, which was focused on real estate, because I thought that it would be a soft and kind of, safe, relatively safe forum for me to practice some of the skills that I would need as a partner. And I was very lucky. I met this guy called Mike, lovely guy, who said to me one day, I want to set up a real estate fund, but I want to tokenize it. And I remember thinking, what on earth are you talking about? Like, you're just talking gibberish. And he said, oh, well, have you heard of Bitcoin? And I remember saying, isn't that what someone tried to use to extort Carrie in an episode of Homeland? Because that was like the only other time I think that I'd heard of Bitcoin. But anyway, really nice guy. So I thought, look, I'll just entertain it. It seems kind of interesting. And honestly, it was just the rabbit hole. I went down the rabbit hole. And 4 or 5 years later, when I left private practice to join Binance, 95% of my practice was digital assets related, whether it's helping people to set up funds, investing in digital assets, or tokenizing assets, or getting licenses in Hong Kong and other places as well to conduct various digital asset related activities. I honestly was just right place, right time, very fortuitous to meet this guy, Mike, who wanted to tokenize a real estate fund. That really was the sort of turning point for me, but not, really not anything on my part. It wasn't me thinking, oh yes, this is sort of the next thing and I have to pursue this. I was just very lucky. And so, after many years in private practice, I went to Binance, which was an incredible experience. Really interesting global perspective, obviously a lot happening, but very much focused on the exchange side. And after 2 years there, I thought, okay, it's time for me to, kind of spread my wings and do my own thing. So now there's Clarient Advisory, which I founded a couple of months ago, and it's really focused on helping clients on both sides of the fence. So it's helping traditional clients or traditional financial institutions navigate digital assets and understand, how everything moving on-chain will affect their products and services and their business models, but also helping Web3 native companies scale, navigate regulations, scale globally, and structure things in the right way.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Michael. I've been in Hong Kong for 17 years. I was primarily in traditional finance for the bulk of my career, up until 6 years ago when a group of 20 people or so were building a crypto exchange, and they said, hey, we got a prototype, but one day we're going to have customers, and we need a customer guy. I'm like, oh, great, I love customers. I'll be your customer guy. And that's kind of where I jumped into this space. Bullish as a crypto exchange, we're regulated by the SFC in Hong Kong, but also other regulators in the world, in Germany, New York, and others. 2 years ago, we also acquired a media firm called CoinDesk, which is one of the largest English-speaking news platforms for this space. And together with that, a conference named Consensus, which we've mentioned before, and we brought here to Hong Kong. It's been an incredible journey, I'd say, and I'm very glad that I can be joined by friends and fellow peers building the industry in Hong Kong.
Evan Yang, Group President, Animoca Brands. Animoca is born and raised in Hong Kong. We are known for our 600 portfolio companies across sort of consumer businesses, infrastructure companies, great companies like Gary's company that we believe in. We're always in the frontier of what we do. On the consumer business, we've been in the gaming space for a long time, given our past DNA as a gaming company. We want to bring digital property rights to gamers, and we believe that with 3 billion gamers, it's easy to understand that part. So the Sandbox, that some of you know, is our portfolio company. And then we have now sort of like evolved into more in the education space, into sort of identity space via our Open Campus and Mochaverse projects. We are also in the institutional space. Increasingly, we're building a decentralized finance protocol, which we believe would be institutional grade in time. We believe that is the holy grail of how we see investing going forward. With digital identity as a solution, that's the, sort of the holy grail of how things will be transformed. We're in the stable coins. We have a JV with Standard Chartered and HKT, which seeks to see how we can bring stablecoin to in a regulated way. And we believe that's a great infrastructure as well. So we believe in that part. In addition, I think we also do mini experiments. We have advisory business, so that's how sort of we invest and advise at the same time. That explains our large portfolio. And why am I excited about this is not because we got into Bitcoin early, which of course everybody has to have gotten some, right? But it's really about pushing the frontier about how do you envision the future of our society, of how our kids will live, right? With respect to sort of how we see technology right now, Animoca sees it as we are under the guidance or under the purview and the watch of big data giants, right? And I would say that for those of you who have kids, Google will know more about your kids than you do, generally speaking, because they data mine you. They would also, over time, they would, because it's about attention, ultimately the monetization is through advertising. So you're given a lot of inputs that you might not be aware of that would change you, change your kids, change perception, change society, change votes. Governments have been toppled because of social media, and you guys know this. So if in the age of AI, which you will see later on if we even discuss AI, you want to have a society where it's more governed in a way that is based on human values and decentralized values. And that's what I believe in. And we're in the frontier of doing that, and what is not to be excited about that?
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I mean, I think we have so many perspectives to speak from today. And with that, we'd like to really dive into our space and starting off with those that are following the crypto markets. It's been a very interesting week. I think every week is quite interesting, but Bitcoin, for those that don't know, did hit an all-time high just on October 6th, and then made a sharp correction last week, dipping down where the total crypto market cap erased over 600 billion since its peak. And so for the first part of our discussion, really, I would like to, for those new to the space, kind of unpack a little bit about crypto investing, but then utilizing your expertise and the visions to look at, is Web3 really investable? So with that, first question, I think, to highlight, none of this is going to be considered as investment advice, but Michael, if I could hand it over to you to first kind of demystify a little bit around crypto investing and what we mean.
All right, so not investment advice. So I think it's important to look at, if you were to take a very high-level overview, that this is a matter of technology enabling different opportunities to invest, and that there's different use cases for why you would invest in certain things. I think what you've observed over the last 15 years or so is that there's certain, we'll call it narratives, or perhaps even use cases, that certain types of tokens have kind of eventually converged into. The one that's most prominent, people probably have heard of many times, is Bitcoin. And over the years, what people have gravitated to is that this is a really great store of value asset. And so a lot of people compare it to digital gold. And again, I said in an earlier panel today, to me, when it comes to innovation, I think from a first principles basis, if it's faster, cheaper, more accessible, it will start to take traction. For most people, that has resonated, that this is a faster, cheaper, more accessible way of storing value compared to, let's say, gold. And as a result of that, I think that has stuck around. I think that there's also a number of other types of tokens that are, one would be tokens that are used for a particular utility related to that particular blockchain. For those of you who are interested in that, you can ask us more later. And the final one is kind of tokens that represent something that's more real world, if you will. And the largest one that people would probably recognize is this idea of a stablecoin. But I mean, I kind of share that only from the perspective of, as you think about portfolio construction, as you think about investing, you obviously think about risk, you think about return, you think about the different elements and reasons why you invest across a portfolio of things, which is the reason why you think about portfolio. And so when you approach this particular asset class, I think it's worthwhile to take a lot of those same concepts and thoughts as a way to navigate it. But I think that's just one view. But actually, I'd love to maybe kind of bring it over to Evan, because I was at Evan's event just a couple of weeks ago in Singapore, where there was a really great chart talking about Bitcoin and the rest of the rest of the tokens. And I thought that was a really cool thing that you guys were talking about. So yeah, maybe I can pick his brain for a little moment.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so, for those of you who are dabbling in the digital assets and want to know more about Bitcoin and other kind of crypto investing, it's sort of like, I guess when I entered the industry in 2021, by the way, that's 28 years because each year in crypto is 7 years, like dog years. You see ups and downs so much and you learn so much from it. It's kind of like when you're looking at that for the first time, it's like, what is it? Is it legitimate and all of that? Now, the most important thing to understand about Bitcoin, by the way, we're not a Bitcoin company, therefore I think I'm very independent in saying this. We don't sell Bitcoin, it's not our business. But why do you want to look at that as an asset class? It's really because of the construct of it. Bitcoin really came about from the times of chaos, right? In about 2008, when there's global financial crisis, it's really about money printing. Now, the reserve currency of the world is US dollars. And then, of course, people are now talking about, hey, is this going to continue to be dominant currency and all of that? Now, thereafter, in 2008, during COVID years, you know what happened? A lot of money printing. So if that's a world reserve currency and everybody's competitively devaluing their currency over time, then your money is worth less over time in real terms, right? It's not about inflation, it's just really in real terms, right? Because everything else inflated. If you compare with probably 15, 16 years ago for the same thing that you're buying, it's sort of your purchasing power is much less. So with a decentralized asset out there that is trustless and not based on one institution, should you invest in that? That's the basis. So you see gold going up, right? Everybody knows this part, right? It's because of macro uncertainty. But Bitcoin has been going up for so many years because of the fact that people don't believe that governments can be trusted with fiscal discipline. And you can see that with deficit and all of that, right? So that's what's happening. I believe that Bitcoin is an index. When people ask, where's it going to go? Some people say 1 million. Some people say that it's not worth anything. Somewhere in between, it's sort of like, look at it as an index, right? It's not investment advice. If you believe that we'll have more certainty, less dictatorship, less weirdness, then probably you can invest in the stocks and bonds and risky assets such as this. Or you can look at Bitcoin as a way of a hedge. Now, people ask me, is this crazy? Look at something that volatile as a hedge. It really is. Just look over time. The more uncertain, the more it rises. So that's sort of like, why it might belong in a portfolio. I'm not saying 50%, but, everybody would say that 3 to 5% or 1 to 5%, somewhere in that range, is a good hedge.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe I'd now ask you, Joy, what's your take on what people should really consider when allocating capital? You have more of the... Yeah, can I please hear your thoughts?
Steering very, very clear of investment advice. Look, I think that one thing that people don't always pay enough attention to is counterparty risk and really understanding who they are dealing with. And I think, if you look at all of the traumatic events that we've had in crypto in the last couple of years, those sorts of incidents, I think, really highlight the importance of understanding who your counterparties are. And I think when it comes to crypto, obviously the regulatory regime has developed a lot in the last 7 or 8 years, but the way that it has developed is very uneven, right? There are some countries that have very robust frameworks, like Hong Kong. There are some countries that have no framework at all. And there are some countries that have frameworks which are not quite as robust as what we have in Hong Kong. So I think when you're thinking about allocating into crypto, about investing into crypto, it's really important to understand who are you actually dealing with and what kind of counterparty risk are you actually assuming? Because there's a very big difference, I think, between dealing with completely unregulated parties versus, parties that are regulated in jurisdictions where the standards perhaps are not as robust as you might like as an investor versus, for example, dealing with the Hong Kong licensed intermediaries. I mean, in Hong Kong, we have a very, very mature regime which really does prioritize investor protection. So there are very clear pathways, safe pathways for institutions and retail investors alike to participate in the ecosystem in Hong Kong, but that's not always the case when you're dealing with counterparties that are either completely unregulated or regulated in other jurisdictions. So I think that's a really important thing that people also need to bear in mind.
Thank you. And we'll talk a little bit more about the regulatory environment later, but maybe Gary, to close off kind of on this section, what do you tell those that might be more skeptical? What's your take in dealing with a number of people on all sides of the
Yeah, I worry that what I'm about to say runs or is interpreted as a counterpoint to what Evan said. It's not meant to be. It's an additional, it's an additional data point, which is that the crypto world is not as separate from the traditional financial world as those of us in the Web3 and crypto world want you to believe. We talk about it a lot as an alternate system because we do believe that the infrastructure lends itself to the democratization of money access that the traditional financial system does not allow and certainly doesn't allow in emerging markets today. We want to see the evolution of a world where people are able to own their own assets because of the nature of blockchain, are able to freely trade those assets across exchanges that are not controlled by very, very large institutions or by governments. We want to see all of that kind of evolution of freedom or towards freedom. But the reality is, in today's crypto world, the largest asset owners are still the ones with capital coming from traditional sources. And even though at the macro level, when we look at the world's rise in chaos and therefore the rise in asset value of crypto, we can draw those conclusions. The question remains, is that correlation or is that causation? Because when you look at the micro, when the traditional financial sector is under threat, the crypto markets also suffer for it. Last week's correction of the crypto markets was a direct result of Trump's new tariffs on China. So these things that affect the traditional markets still affect the crypto markets. Now, why am I bringing this up to Kathy's question about should we trust this? It's because those of you in the room or who are watching remotely, if you believe in the traditional financial sector, one signal you should be looking at is the amount of money that traditional asset managers are starting to pour into digital assets. They're starting to put money into Bitcoin treasuries. They're starting to put money into Ethereum and other tier A altcoins. They're definitely going to start putting money into stablecoins around the world because they are now regulated. So if you still have doubts, look at how the BlackRocks, the JP Morgans of the world are starting to deploy their assets into the blockchain, digital asset, crypto space, and then decide for yourself whether or not these are assets that you're willing to long-term trust. Why do these organizations see value in this technology and see value in this new asset class?
Thank you very much. I think that's a perfect segue to the next section, really, which is, yeah, we've heard Web3 isn't just about speculation. It's really redefining how we interact, transact, and build trust in the digital economy. So as the next part of our conversation, really, I'd like to go deeper into some of the market trends, opportunities, and significant developments, talking about, in a bit more detail, real-world assets and stablecoins and how they work together. So keeping with Evan, hearing a bit more on stablecoins, we always hear stablecoins. In our industry, we hear stablecoins are the future of money. Can you first ground us again a little bit more on stablecoins, what you're doing, specifically that you referenced earlier with Standard Chartered and HKT, and what sets stablecoins apart more from some of the other cryptos?
So just to even just pick up what Gary says, right? I agree with his point of view. I actually see the sort of the Web3 space in three distinct ways. I really see Bitcoin as a separate thing. It's a store of value, and it's really a trust on everything. It's an index, but liquidity is always correlated. When people say that you have uncorrelated assets, it's always a little bit BS because all liquidity, all liquid assets are tied. When things go down, everything goes down globally, right? Just the way it is, right? So Bitcoin is one. Second is the whole space around the build, the computer of the blockchain. which is Ethereum, Solana, everything else that's alts that's on about building, right? Of course, there's meme coins as well, which is culture. But all of this stuff about the build part of it is a separate category in and of itself, right? Is there something real coming out of it? Culture itself has value, right? The decentralized ID part is value. Infrastructure has value, right? But it's who's going to win. That's a very, like, you know, is a very, very red ocean space. Then there is the stable coins and the RWA part of it, which is completely different again, because the stablecoin space, the stablecoin itself represents a one-to-one representation of an asset that exists in the real world today. So a stablecoin in US dollar means it's a digital representation, a blockchain representation of that same US dollar that is now locked up to be now traded in public blockchains, right? That's what all it is, right? And the stablecoins are in sort of represented by commodities, et cetera. Or there is a Hong Kong dollar stablecoin, which will be launched by HKMA soon, right? Hopefully next year. And that enables the whole space that comes along that's called RWA, which is real world assets. Now, when people talk about real world asset tokenization, it's really tokenization of stocks, bonds, and real estate and all of that. And right now, you know, people might ask, why do you even care about that existing on chain? Well, it's really about access 24/7, lower cost. It's a evolution of the financial system that is inefficient, right? So if you just talk about stablecoin, which is the first use case of an RWA, a real world asset, what does it actually, you know, do? Why do you care about it? Well, just look at cross-border transaction for a moment. I think all of you here somehow deal with either travel to other countries or have dealt with foreign exchange before, not as an investment, but as a usage, right? If you want to send something, like as a business, you want to send, you know, money overseas. Let's say you bought something in Australia, and you need to use your Hong Kong dollars to change into, to buy something in Australian dollars. You know, go through layers of converting Hong Kong dollars into US dollars, that's by convention, because of liquidity pools. Then US dollars into Australian dollars, use two other correspondence banks that deal with these currencies, then deal with two exchange rates, and you may have a loss of, you know, 3 to 4%, right? And it takes 2 days to do it. Right? In this age of stable coins, already stable coins, it's instantaneous. You know, I can transfer mine to Gary without going through any intermediaries, right? That's just a much more efficient financial system. And it exists, and that just itself, not only is it cost savings, it's also time savings. And at the same time, that also allows you to access to, have access to assets that are based in that currency. So in the future, why I'm excited about this space is because you would see that assets in Hong Kong will be on blockchain, on global blockchain, which, you know, if you think about even just Chinese assets versus US assets, and, you know, some of you invest, might believe that S&P 500 has very high valuation relative to China, especially, you know, at the beginning of this year. If you find global liquidity, would the price discovery be significantly better? Right? So that's why when you get there, there's also a social meaning to this, right? You know, in the future, anyone with a mobile phone have access to banking. Right now, you have a quarter of the world's adult population not accessible to banking services because it's just too expensive for the banks to serve them, right? In the future, 10 Hong Kong dollars in your account, you can invest into stocks and bonds or whatnot. And you can have hourly yields because it's a different way of constructing the financial system.
Okay, and now I'd like to actually call on Michael to talk a little bit about, as companies, a lot of financial services leaders, some in the room, how should we really think about building out strategies to start to evolve in the stablecoin space and build some of these strategies into there?
Sure. I think of this space as also just another technology conversation. I think we as people who've built businesses over time have come across this, you know, question of, here's a new technology, what can I use it for? You know, this is the same question that people are asking about AI or any other types of technologies. I would highly recommend that you look for something that kind of revolves around faster, cheaper, or more access, just very simply put. I think I shared this earlier today, but for those who didn't catch it, when we were starting our exchange, there was definitely an element of needing to use US dollars to trade with our exchange. However, because we're such a new industry, we didn't have the benefit of the largest banks in the world banking us, and so we had a couple of these banks in the US who were kind of mid-tier, provide that service. However, very shortly after we started our business, those two banks failed, and we ended up no longer having a bank to serve. And we had to quickly adopt another solution that provides US dollars in a format that people can move quickly and that they can move cheaply and they can do it 24/7. And that's when we said, we just have to move everything to stablecoins. And that was kind of a really big juncture in our journey, because at that point in time we said, when we don't have the benefit of all of these great banking partners that can provide us all this cheap, fast access around the world, we had to go to an alternative, and we chose stablecoins because of that. Since then, we've had that as a primary source of how we think about moving and funding our operations. And because, I guess, for us, it's so native, we decided that when we did our IPO over the summer, that we take $1.15 billion of that proceeds all as stablecoins, because we've been using it all along. I think for a lot of firms, that's kind of the way I would suggest and encourage you to think, is that for those who are doing things that are cross-border of nature, that are doing things in emerging markets, this is where you don't really have to be a pioneer. People are already using this technology for that particular use case because it's faster, cheaper, and more accessible. I think that when you look at the broader set of technologies that blockchain brings, it's just good to look through that lens and see where that might fit. Because it might fit in the perspective of payments, it might fit in some other perspective like, how do you manage your data? And so there's a lot of really interesting ways to go about it. But I'd say just one more story to build on top of this particular example, but also what Evan was talking about with regards to stablecoins. A couple of years ago, I went to Argentina, and I had been reading all of this stuff about Bitcoin, thinking this is the solution to everyone's store of value thing for a long time. I expected to go to Argentina and think to myself, everyone's owning Bitcoin, everyone's using it, everything. And that's not what I discovered. What I discovered was that everyone was using stablecoins many, many years ago in Argentina, because the store of value for them for decades was the US dollar. And that was a tried and trusted store of value for those people in Argentina. All of a sudden you had a faster, cheaper, and more accessible way of being able to access it, and they just decided to use it en masse. And I think that's been kind of a really, really great, for me at least, kind of eye-opening experience of how technology takes root. In particular, in our sphere, it's been a lot of this grassroots movement of adoption. But that's how I would encourage people to think about this technology.
Can we talk in numbers for a minute? Because I think it's important for those in the room, and again, who are watching, to understand the size of this market today and where it could go. So we're just talking about stablecoins, okay? Today, stablecoins are used as plumbing in the decentralized finance world. In short, when we trade assets against each other, we use stablecoins to effectively be the medium of transfer, so that at the point of trade, the price doesn't fluctuate like crazy, okay? So it's just plumbing. But even when it's used just for plumbing, which is not really a behavior or an activity that most of us in this room are going to participate in on a daily basis, the stablecoin market today is at about a $300 billion market cap. That's how many stablecoins are in free float out there. That's today. When we move into tomorrow's world that Michael and Evan just articulated so well, and institutions get involved, the first two markets that are going to be transformed by stablecoins is going to be cross-border payments, as Evan talked about, and remittance. Let's talk about the size of these two markets. Remittance is about $1 trillion marketplace when it comes to capital flow, with average fees of 6%. So $60 billion in just fees that are paid to remittance companies for us to individually send money across the border. Once we get to actual cross-border payments, enterprise-to-enterprise cross-border payments for trade, the 2024 total cross-border payments revenues globally was north of $200 billion, with an estimation that it's going to grow to around $320 billion by 2035, the middle of the next decade. Altogether, these two marketplaces together is likely to breach $400 billion in revenues I'm not talking about flow, I'm talking about revenues by the middle of next decade. Now, all of you guys that manage money in this room, if there is 1 bip of difference, you would move $1 million tomorrow, okay, in transaction fees. Imagine if we're taking 100 bips, 200 bips, 300 bips off the table in transaction fees because of blockchain technology. Would you move your millions, not to mention your billions in transactions? That's the scale we're talking about. This technology so fundamentally changes the efficiency of a financial infrastructure that everyone that is in this industry is just waiting for it to be legal so they can get rid of all of the middlemen and make this money flow more efficient and cost less. It is inevitable that hundreds of billions of dollars of flow are going to move into this space over the course of the next several years. And stablecoins, they are the plumbing. They are what we need to make all of this work. I'm not even in the stablecoin industry. Evan is going to pay me under the table later for advocating for the stablecoin industry. But this is why we believe in the necessity of this kind of infrastructure, and especially for a city like Hong Kong. Because this is inevitable. It makes too much sense. It is not betting on crypto and what crypto bros think matter. It is betting on financial infrastructure that lowers the cost of money transfer for everyone around the world.
Thank you. I think we can't get more concise than that, and that really leads us to then, I think we've got 10 minutes left. Well, let's talk about those key enablers. What's really going to help us maximize then and take this forward? So Joy, maybe you could speak first on kind of some of the enablers Hong Kong really needs to do to really lead in this space, given that massive opportunity.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of things. I think from a regulatory perspective, I think one of the real challenges is finding the right balance between investor protection and commercial viability. You know, I think, as I mentioned before, the framework in Hong Kong is very mature compared to the frameworks that exist in some other jurisdictions. But I think, you know, it's very fluid, and I think, you know, the way that regulation is approached, it needs to be proportionate to the risk. So I think there is some scope for fine-tuning the balance in terms of, you know, investor protection versus commercial viability for different sets of users, right? Because, you know, the way that you treat institutions shouldn't be the same as the way that you treat retail investors, for example. I think another real challenge is ensuring that there is more harmonization and alignment with what is happening globally, because frankly, digital assets, they are by their nature borderless. They are very global, you know, market participants who are in this space. They're not operating just in one country or servicing users just in one country. So there's a real mind shift that's required, I think, from a regulatory perspective in terms of, you know, really collaborating internationally. I think that IOSCO, which is like the Association for International Securities Regulators, just released a report at the end of last week because they conducted a thematic review basically of the way or the progress that all of the participating countries have been implementing the sort of, you know, standards and principles that they had recommended for regulating crypto and digital asset markets. And, you know, even IOSCO itself in its thematic report has found that it's quite fragmented and uneven in terms of the way regulatory frameworks are developing and, you know, the progress that different countries are at. And I think that's to be expected given how nascent the industry is. But I think there's a lot of work to be done in terms of, you know, making sure that the frameworks globally are aligned to make it easier for investors, I guess, to understand, you know, what they should be looking for, make it easier for market participants to scale globally because it is a global asset class, but also reduce the opportunities for regulatory arbitrage, because there will always be people, it's always a spectrum, right? I think in every industry, not crypto specifically, but in every industry, there are always going to be some people that are bad actors or you know, who are very opportunistic. And I think that the more opportunity there is for regulatory arbitrage, the more exposure there is for users. So I think, you know, from a regulatory perspective, getting that balance right and making sure that there is harmonization with what's happening globally is going to be really important.
And then, Michael, I think following on Joy's policy lens, with Bullish's pioneering kind of compliant bridges between TradFi and Web3, curious to hear from you a little bit more on the institutional capital inflow kind of opportunity and some of the enablers there.
Yeah, I think my answer is going to sound very basic, but I think trust has been the key question. You know, Joy mentioned this earlier. There was a moment in our history of our industry when everyone said, tell me what's the feature, what's the benefit that I get, and then all of a sudden things started collapsing and people started asking the question, are you somebody that I can trust doing business with? And that counterparty risk became very much a prominent thing. When we started our business, we said that there were two pillars that we were going to build on. The first is something that somebody cares about, problem solving. But the other one was speaking a language of trust that institutions would recognize and in their own language. And that meant being regulated, having an auditor, you know, basic stuff. I think that there is still a large amount of trust building that our industry and in particular those of us who are working in the financial services sector need to do to ensure that people have the ability to trust what we are and who we're doing business with. And that's going to be a big part of how institutions come in. I think that regulatory clarity brings confidence as well, and that as that regulatory clarity comes through, people like us need to respond to how we're going to act with, you know, clear regulations, right? For example, getting licensed is a basic thing. But I do think that the last thing to say is that we don't really have the scale yet to process all the trillions of dollars that are in other asset classes right now. I remember I was talking to a sovereign wealth fund 3 years ago who I said, hey, have you looked into Bitcoin? Have you looked into this industry? They're like, yes, but if I put in even like 1/10 of 1% in this space, I will be the biggest person all of a sudden out of nowhere. So that is problematic for two reasons. One is you become too big of a risk systemically in this small thing that's happening. And also, it doesn't move the needle for me when I've got so many other options at a larger scale. And I think our industry has, you know, I guess kind of persevered and continue to build the quality of businesses and infrastructure needed to continue that path. But it's still the beginning stages. And we still don't have, I think, all of the things in place to move trillions of dollars yet. But I think we're moving in that direction. And so I do think that it's that combination of trust as well as scale that is still key things that we need to work on as an industry to continue to bring more people like the big institutions to get involved.
Okay, and I think really we don't have too much time left, but a final kind of question before we go into a rapid round of fire round of quick answer questions. I would like to ask Gary a little bit on that topic of trust and digital identity, just to kind of enlighten the audience a little bit about what you are building and how that can turbocharge the industry.
Yeah, we often use the term trust technologies when we're talking about blockchain, and it's because blockchain, when we reduce it down to its base parts, what blockchain is two things. One, it is a public database that no single entity, no single person, company, government can hack and change. Okay? So it is the most trustworthy public database that has ever existed. And the second thing it is a compute network, so a network of computers that can actually help you process information that also no single entity, individual company or government can manipulate. So these two things combined makes blockchain arguably, actually inarguably for those of us on the stage, the most trustworthy technology in the world because it is not under the control of any single entity and everyone can use it as a public service. It is a public utility, okay? So when we take that technology and we apply it to anything, it should inherently bring trust. When it comes to money, we no longer have to trust that HSBC has my account information correct, that it knows exactly how many dollars we have in our account. And I know that we all trust HSBC to not get our account information incorrect, but it's kind of absurd if you think about it. You're trusting a single organization for your life savings that they're always going to have that database correct, okay? We now can trust a public utility. Identity is the same. Today, our identity information in the civilized world is, on average, every single one of us, our identity information is owned by 300 companies. Because we've been giving it away when we sign up for services, when we decide to get free things from internet companies, we're trading our privacy for utility. None of them treat our data with security or with privacy. But more importantly, I cannot actually take my data and give it to the right people at the right time with what we would call selective disclosure. Okay? This lack of ability to prove who I am actually is what limits the financial sector. Whenever, many of you in this room have tried to open bank accounts in different jurisdictions. We're all Hong Kongers. It means that you probably have more than one bank account. And it probably means you have bank accounts outside of your home jurisdiction. You know what it takes to open a bank account somewhere else. The weeks, not days, but weeks of KYC and AML and asset clarification that you need to do. What is it all for? It's because we cannot actually move our identity data and verify who we are across border. It is so incredibly difficult. It stops capital flow. It is one of the primary reasons why international settlement takes multiple days, even when the companies on either side of a transaction are already known entities, because they need a check to make sure that whoever's sending money, whoever's receiving money are the right people, blah, blah, blah. So what is making our financial world inefficient is the inability to verify information that is siloed. Blockchain can solve that. Cryptography on top of blockchain can solve that even faster. I'm not going to use this as an opportunity to pitch Terminal 3, except to say that there's an entire industry of technologists, my company included and my team included, who are actively working on long-term government-regulated solutions for that problem. The ability for you or anyone to prove elements of your identity cross-border, cross-platform, without you actually ever giving your private information away again. This is the value of this kind of technology, blockchain technology. It changes the paradigm of how we work with every single type of asset that has value in the digital world, whether it be money and ledgers of money, or it be identity information. So that's why I love the technology. That's why I think as a city, we have to invest in its development and inform policy and regulation to encourage for this technology to be part and parcel of Hong Kong's future.
Thank you. And I think we won't have time for the fire round, actually, but what I want to capitalize on is this opportunity, since we have a large online audience as well of young professionals, to draw on your experience to really close out on those enablers and the opportunities to really give that bold bit of advice for young people getting into this space, how best to, what skills to focus on to enter this space and to excel in this space. Starting with Evan, go, please.
I think what you need to look at nowadays, everybody talks about AI. I think you need to look at both AI and Web3 as a philosophy, because at the end of the day, these two things, when you multiply them together, will really change the world. AI is what you see every single day. I think, youngsters now, you don't admit it, but I know you use AI for your homework, okay? I know. All right, everybody does it. That's the obvious part. But how does decentralization create a world where you have portable identity, where it's self-sovereign, preservation of privacy? How would that change the world of finance? How would that change governance? That is also very, very important. That's a piece of infrastructure that you need to understand overall, right? So,
my advice would be just ask a lot of questions, be open to learning from others. I think that there's a lot of people that are trying this space right now, and I think that's also maybe the best way to learn too, is get involved yourself.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think that it's really important for people to just be open-minded and to be experimenting and be really engaged. Like I remember when I was in the law firm, whenever I was hiring for my team, I would always try to look for people who are actually engaging with the ecosystem and using digital assets in one way or another, because I think conceptually it's so different from what people have been used to with traditional finance, that you really need to be actively engaged in using it to understand what's happening. So I think for young people who, I mean, they're probably digitally native anyway, so it's probably maybe not so much of a big deal, but I do really think using AI, understanding how those tools work, prompt engineering. I think this kind of thing going forward is going to be really important, but it's really about just familiarity with it and understanding what is happening in the space.
Last thing I'll add, this is going to sound odd, but read up on sociology and anthropology, how human societies are formed. Because I think if you actually understand why humans are in society and community to begin with and what makes a good society, you'll start to understand why blockchain technology matters. Because it is humanistic technology. It's the first time that we have technology that is meant to work on behalf of us as society. So along with the prompt engineering and AI education, along with understanding finance and economics, those three things together will give you a holistic view of what the future ought to look like.
Thank you very much. With that, I think barriers have definitely been lowered today with your sharing and knowledge, and also hopefully some ideas ignited. With that, I'd like to thank our panelists, I'd like to thank our organizers, and thank everyone for attending.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. And please stand and move forward for group photo. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Gary, Evan, and Michael. This is a very informative and insightful sharings. I'm sure there's a lot of a digital audience. Our number hit 4,000 online, so I'm sure that this discussion, Web 3.0, attracts a lot of attention. Coming next, we cannot build a resilient society without investing in youth and philanthropy. Today's second last session is about advancing philanthropy and investment on youth. Can I call on our moderator, Ms. Dorothy Chan, who is currently with her new role, Head of Programs and Strategic Development at Asian Society of Hong Kong, who also had rich experience in philanthropy to moderate. Dorothy, good to see you. Over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for staying with us. And for those of you who have dialed in, a warm welcome. So may I invite on stage our esteemed panelists, Ms. Katie Yong and Mr. Scott Chen. So I think many of you might have read about Katie and Scott in their respective bio. So Katie currently is the CEO of a Sustainable Finance Initiative. But she started out, you shared a story with us saying that when you were in college, you were already thinking about how do you use money to do good. And then she spent her formative years with JP Morgan and then helped a single family office, the RS Group, move all its investment into impact investing. And that also led you to what you are doing today at SFI. And Scott has big dreams. At a very young age, he and his friends were talking about what is the impact you want to leave with the community. So your friend achieved her goal by the time she was 30, and meanwhile, you moved from California to China when you were 24, and helped founded two very successful, I would say, business organization. I don't like BSR, right? And to help a lot of companies figure out how can they do things in a responsible manner. And you also worked inside one of them with Ford Motors, and now you're an advisor at the bank. So I want to start off the conversation to learn more about both of you. Both of you have a very purpose-driven career. What keeps you motivated? Or why did you come down this path? Katie?
I'll start. I'd say when I look back at my beginning days of my career in my 20s and my 30s, I was very dreamy person, but also practical. So it's kind of like both minds. And I'm not the typical investment banker, let's just say. And how I kind of got myself motivated is I was always asking this question about, how can I do more? How can I make a change? So when I got out of college, I think what I wanted to do was actually go to an NGO. I had a public policy major, and my professor basically told me to go hone in some skill sets in terms of financial skills. So I basically was very sort of lost, and I listened to him, and basically landed my career in JP Morgan. So it wasn't awfully well planned,
you have to be
very
very smart
honest.
to land that role
Yes.
too, right?
And so, back in those days, it was pre-pandemic. There was no Zoom. There was no work from home. So obviously, I was burning the midnight oil a lot. And so while I was learning a lot, I kind of felt like that NGO string was still tugging at me. And so something was still not extremely fulfilling. And that was when I was very lucky to have stumbled into a mentor at JP that's Jean Song, Philanthropy World, and she gave me that outlet to, hone in my financial skill sets, but also do good. So it was the beginning days when we started doing sort of employee give back circles. It was like 15, 20 years ago. And so I guess I was trying to marry honing my skill set and then having some purpose on the side. And the pivotal moment was landing really on a book that's called The Blue Sweater, that's written by this lady called Jacqueline Novogratz. She happened to be a banker herself at JP Morgan Chase. So I remember I was sneaking out at lunch and reading this book during lunchtime outside the water fountain at Ledgeco. And it was awfully refreshing because she was pairing up the concept that you can deploy and invest, but also with social purpose and values. So that gave me the combination, and that was my pivot moment. And I said to myself, I've got to now pivot and find the next thing, which is I want to go into impact investing. But of course, back then in Hong Kong, there were no jobs glaring at you that says, we need someone to do impact investing. So I think through ebbs and flows, I was very lucky to have found a family office that was looking at their assets, their private assets and their portfolio, and they wanted to do it in a sort of sustainability and impact lens. So I did that for a decade. And so I think my career trajectory was always asking these questions about wanting to do more, being curious, and then making a pivot along the way. And then fast forward after 10 years at the family office RS Group, we learned a lot. The next pivot was realizing that not just one family office wants to do it. A lot of private banks are deploying into impact investing and sustainable investing. They wanted to create a platform where more family offices can do that. So 6 years ago, I raised my hand again and did my third pivot, which is I'll set up something for you, which is, it has been a very entrepreneurial journey. So no straightforward answer, and I think it's a mix of luck and being curious.
Yeah, no, I think that's brilliant, right? You can always pivot, and as long as you have a core set of skills, and I love that how you felt like you needed something to, you know that you can do more. I think that's beauty of life, especially in light of what the last panel talked about, AI and technology. So Scott, over to you. Tell us more about your personal journey.
So I wish I was as clever as Katie and developed a core skill first. But one thing that you talked about that really resonated is luck. So it may be similar to Bitcoin careers now. An interesting thing about an impact career or an impact-driven career is that there's no roadmap. It's not like there's a management trainee course that you go into and you do this for a couple of years and you grow into impact investing or you grow into philanthropy. So one aspect is just luck. But the other bit is that sort of core value. You can't you can't force that. So there's got to be in all of us something that really drives us, that we're really interested in, that brings us into our careers. For me, I lucked out when I was in university. I worked 3 days a week. It's October right now. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I ran the biggest breast cancer walk in San Francisco for a couple of years. And I applied for the job. I remember it was an office full of women, and in the interview process, they asked why you wanted to do this. And for me, it was my mother died of breast cancer when I was a kid. And it was the very first time I was able to sort of go full circle. And when you're helpless and you have something that you can't fix, giving back and being a part of a movement to solve something was really, really personally motivating. And in particular, I did a bit of events, I did some logistics, but eventually my job was to work with corporations to secure their funding to support the walk. And so I got hooked onto this idea that in society there are a couple of big power players. There is government, there's business, and then there are families and individuals. And I really saw the power of companies at unlocking capital to do something really useful. And so from there, I stumbled into a place called Business for Social Responsibility, which helped large companies tackle their biggest global challenges when it came to labor and supply chain, as well as environment. I work mostly with the sort of labor side and wrote a big grant to open an office in Guangzhou, China, to help large companies think about the way they make products and treat people a little better. And so from there, it just sort of stumbled forward. I worked in sustainability advisory for a couple of years, moved over to work inside the big organization, worked at Ford, and eventually Ford Philanthropy, and managed all of their grant making. And then when my family and I moved to Hong Kong, I got very lucky, also got to work with Jean at JP Morgan, and grew an understanding of another big, powerful sector of society, big families, and the type of giving that they do and how that really drives things forward, particularly here in Asia, where families hold so much wealth and power and are able to drive things forward. And now I work at Standard Chartered in a very similar role.
No, thank you both for the introduction. So there is some thinking behind why I invited Scott and Katie to be our panel for their sharing today, because the work they do represent the different levers of change, or like what you have at your disposal to improve our society. I think it's all in a secret that the world order as we know it has changed quite a bit, and a lot of the NGOs that we relied on, or social service sector in the organizations, are facing budget cuts. So part of it will require them to work more efficiently, and then other part is we need new forms of funding, we need new forms of capital to help them continue the work they do. So we have Katie, who can come from the investment side, and she has many of experience like working with social enterprises or investing in large companies, and she will share more about that later. And then we also have Scott, who has worked with both clients and companies in this aspect. So together, they form a continuum of what you can do across from everything from just giving to working with your own family business or within your own companies, and also what you can do as an investor. So earlier this year, I was very fortunate to learn from Katie. There's something called Wealth Mission. Could you share a bit more about what is a wealth mission and why does it matter when it comes to your investment or even to your personal giving?
Yeah, I mean, it's a term that is relatively new to myself too. And when we say wealth, we usually think about capital and net worth. But actually, I think whether you come from a big family, small family, or you're individual, wealth actually means a lot more things. It also consists of different dimensions. How much time do you have? How much energy do you have? What are your connections and relationships? And so this is a more holistic form of wealth. Number two is, I think, mission. So at the end of the day, wealth mission combined is we're trying to understand personal values and purpose, and how you integrate that into your career track. And in the context of families, how do you integrate that into your investment portfolio as well? So I think in practice, what we've done for families and portfolios is typically they might have an investment policy statement. So that statement guides what they can invest in, your risk return criteria. And all we're saying is, with the world that we live in now, philanthropy alone is not enough. So actually investing with a purpose matters, and we're putting the rigor behind it. And so we work with families to understand what values mean and what they can invest into, and how that translates into return and impact as well. So that's kind of the gist of it. I think what we're seeing is that this was a more US and European-driven trend and concept, but impact investing and sustainable investing has grown to $1.6 trillion. And recently, in September, we took a number of families to Singapore on a learning trip. And in there, we're finding a lot more like-minded individuals and next generation that are really doing the same. They're active in the philanthropy, but on the investing side, they're actually being much more conscientious and purposeful in terms of how do they look into their family's investments.
So it's time, treasure, talent, and your network. And I remember doing the exercise, one of the very first questions you guys asked, or we were asked to do is, do you know how much money do you have? Do you know how much you need to survive? And based on that, how much returns do you need? And sometimes it's just even something like 3 to 4% return, which you can get from a bond at a moment, is enough. So for the extra part that you have, you can do good, whether through investments or whether it's through giving. I thought it was interesting when the facilitator ran the meeting and asked people in the room, a lot of them didn't know. So it's a very meaningful exercise for, I guess, for yourself or for your family and for your children to think about it. And then from there, knowing what you have to give or to invest in, knowing your values and translating that to execute it. Scott, I'm curious, have you seen that done in the corporate or the individual giving landscape?
So one thing that's really interesting to me, I've been to a handful of conferences lately, and it seems like this impact investing space and philanthropy space are really blending together quite a lot. I went to a philanthropy conference, and it seemed like every other panel was about impact investing. I worry a little bit that impact investing will just cannibalize all of the capital that was going to go to philanthropy. But one thing that I do really like is that impact investing, and when you talk about an investment mandate and having an investment committee and really specific parameters of how you choose to deploy that capital, that type of discipline and rigor, I think, is now moving into the philanthropy space. We're at a moment in philanthropy where I think people are craving a little bit more structure and impact and governance around the way they give. Whereas I would say previously, philanthropy was a deeply personal decision. Much like I talked about my entry into the space, you enter into philanthropy because you're trying to remember somebody, you've been touched by a particular issue, you've had a volunteering experience or a life experience that really drives you forward. And that's great, that's the starting point. But I think a lot of that rigor around data and looking at evidence and seeing where your impact is coming into the philanthropy space at just the right time. I think a lot of families now, when they see a big social issue or an environmental issue that they're trying to solve, they're at this crossroads. They need to decide, is giving a grant, let's say I care about the environment or the climate change, is buying a forest and conserving a big piece of land and donating to an NGO to take care of that the best way to solve my problem? Or should I be investing in renewable energy in that country, in that same industry, putting my resources toward that? Will that have a bigger bang for buck? And I think a lot of families are sort of at this crossroads. But I will say, even the place that maybe hopefully impact investing can draw from philanthropy is that as so many families think about this big transition into the next generation, wealth transition, we can transition some things through rules like an investment guideline or different sort of governance tools. Philanthropy is one of the few ways that we can sort of transition our family values and what we believe as a family, who we want to be, down to the next generation. And it's such a fun, soft, engaging way to bring so many generations into the topic to figure out what the family stands for. We think about family decision-making and governance probably at the worst moments, when someone dies, when there's been a divorce, when something bad happens and you're thinking about that transition. Philanthropy, you don't have to wait till something bad is happening. I've worked with families that have junior boards with teenagers that are who are brought into the family foundation discussion, and they get to have a small say in how we decide to donate money as a family and what you stand for. And that's a big part of the value of philanthropy that hopefully can bleed into the other spaces as well. So it's purpose-driven as well as data-driven.
Yeah. So by sounds of what you both mentioned, the impact investing and also the philanthropy space, it's a big contributor to preservation of family wealth or even growth of family wealth, and also the preservation of social capital and also the family legacy. And I think we've spent quite a bit of time on the why. Should we go to the how? So, Katie, can you tell us, is it true that a lot of impact investing requires, will lead to losses? Or what are the data telling you in terms of returns when it comes to responsible investing and impact investing?
Yeah, it's one of those forever questions that I love and hate. I do admit that, you hear the word impact as a very generic, fluffy term. So immediately you would think, I'm going to lose money, or I'm not a good investor, or I'm going to take a hit, or just be a silly investor because I want the impact. The data suggests otherwise because, if we look at the track record of impact investing, it's been around for at least 18 years. And so, we do a survey every year. So this May, we did a SFI family office survey interviewing 140 families. And we asked them, what's your impact investments looking like in your portfolio? And actually, 58% of them, the respondents said it actually met their target expectations, and 5% said it was above target expectations in this environment. So that hopefully is a helpful data point. And then the second point is there's an organization that was founded by the Rockefeller. It's called Global Impact Investing Network, GIN. So it's a very credible organization. They publish an impact investing survey every year. So fresh off the press, they just released one. And 79% of impact investors are actually targeting risk-adjusted market rate return. So actually, a lot of impact investors that we know today are pension funds. They are academic sort of university endowments. They are corporate venture vehicles, and family office is just a percentage point of that entire investor base. So it's also giving us that signaling that impact investors are larger institutional investors that are also looking at competitive returns as well.
So on that point, could you elaborate a bit more on how is impact investing being defined in that space, and do they usually have an investment thesis, and can you walk us through how that whole process of development is?
So this could become like a 1-hour lecture type of thing, but just to be sort of short and brief, the definition of impact investing according to GIN is a couple of things. Number one is it has to come with a financial return. It's not philanthropy, so you're investing. Number two is that it's about the intentionality. So it's sometimes people say, okay, if I invest in a Tesla stock, right, is that impact investing? So it's really about the dollars that you're invested into the product. You're not just looking for the financial return. You're looking for the impact metrics that comes back to it. Sort of, is it opening up markets in developing markets on sort of education or renewable energy? So they're looking for that data back to validate the intention. And then it's also prevailing standards. So if we look at ESG movement, a lot of that data right now is being regulated. Arguably in Europe, it has gone overboard, and now it's hyped and all that. So impact investing, there's a whole taxonomy about impact return and measurement. And there's an organization called Blue Mark that does the accreditation and validation. So there's sort of avoiding impact drift as well. So hopefully that gives you the definition. Impact investing, how I think it in picture terms, is a dollar sign. So you're looking for financial return. It's the heart because there's some intentionality behind the investor. And then third piece is a ruler. So you are looking for data measurement around the impact as well.
And Scott, you mentioned that families or companies are thinking more about governance. Have you seen that being applied, like what Katie just mentioned, to some of the giving, the establishment of foundations, or just even as a family council when they sit around? Do they have these guidelines? Or?
I wish that all of them did. It would make advising them and finding projects for them a lot easier. I think the more mature families are, there's governance, there are family councils, and you'll know this better than I do, with families that are really strategic about the causes they care about and the geographies that they'll give in. But for a lot of families, particularly those starting out, it's going to be a really iterative process. They have to they have to volunteer. They have to go out and understand what the problems are so that they can form their own thesis and their approach to giving. And in some ways, philanthropy, philanthropic capital, because there's no expectation of a financial returns, it gives them, hopefully, the opportunity to be really bold and really risky with the type of work that they do. I think one thing that I always find so interesting is a lot of companies or families, when they invest, they're into crypto, they're into PE, they're into making big deals and big returns and taking huge, giant risks. And then when it comes to giving, for some reason, that same family that was a big risk taker, that was open to all of these new ideas, wants to give to the equivalent of a blue chip of philanthropy. They only want to give to the super proven, very, very established causes where they won't be making a huge mark and trying something new. And so I think the place for a family council or some governance and thinking about what your family stands for is that your investment strategy and your giving strategy, at least from a personality point of view, I think could be a little bit more aligned.
I think that circles back to our earlier conversation about having a thesis, right? So once you have, if you know the direction of travel, you can figure out how much risk you can take even in your giving. And that's, I think we see some here in Asia, but not enough. So hopefully, as you continue your work, we'll see more comfort in this space, because there's so much opportunity. And I think if you look into how much Hong Kong people give on a regular basis, we have actually built hospitals. Like, we have built a lot of the infrastructure, not just in our city, but also in the mainland and around our area, health systems and things like that. So if we are more strategic about what we can give in, can you just imagine the impact that we could have from our small city of 7 or 8 million people? But I want to go from here to, how do you find projects then? You know what you want to give to, and I think both of you will have very different experiences in this field. So let's start with the investment side, because it always seems slightly easier. I'm sure a lot of people knock on your door all the time, Katie.
Yeah, I think at first I thought, coming from an investment bank, you want to be an impact investor, it should be all pretty systematic. The reality is it's still a pretty fragmented space, so you see a lot of projects on the ground, you see a lot of funds. The way that we source the projects is you need to cast a wide net and leverage on a lot of networks. And so, you can talk to your bankers, but also you need to know the partners on the ground in Southeast Asia, in Hong Kong and Singapore, who's coming off with an impact fund, for example. Having said that, I think what's really encouraging and what we're seeing in other markets is the linkage from impact investing and philanthropy is starting to merge. And so there are large organizations in Singapore that does a community foundation, right? And so essentially what they're doing is they're pooling larger pools of grant capital, philanthropy from families and individuals, and then using that to deploy into earlier stage impact investing as well. So I think depending on how much time you have to spend on philanthropy and investing, there are starting to have there are easier ways for you to sort of access this project without building out the whole team as well. But I would also say it comes with a little bit like your curiosity and follow the inquiry. For example, we've had members who, as a family, they cared a lot about the aging population and the elderly care situation. So they started on the philanthropic end. They came to us to say, like, what more can I do? So we did a landscape sort of sourcing and sussing out what other opportunities. And this is what impact investing does. It opens up your framework to say, wait a minute, there are also venture startups that are addressing that from a technological point of view, sort of detection devices that you can put in elderly homes that is using sort of a technology that you don't need nurses all around. So there's the software piece, there's also, food, soft food innovation, and there's also hard assets where you can invest into buildings for elderly homes that are sort of retrofitted for them. So I think it's also, you could start not just from what's convenient, but also what did the family care about, and extend and push the boundaries of, apart from giving, I can actually invest into some of these verticals on topics like aging and get a return.
And Scott, how do you find projects?
Really a similar way. You start with the core interest of the family, you look at the problem, and there's always, what is it, 9 ways to skin a cat? Several ways to skin a cat. We can hit at it. I think for most of the philanthropic issues that families care about, there's never going to be one silver bullet. So it's not, I care about the elderly, all right, go build an elderly home. There's so much more. There's the research that needs to go behind it. There's the capacity building of the government to support it. There's the thinking about the carers in the family. So looking at an issue and sort of understanding all of the different facets, and then building your own coalition of partners that bring each other in and have complementary services. And that's where impact investing is a really great partner as well. I think that one thing that's challenging for especially really big donors that are willing to write a giant check, in philanthropy, there are not a lot of NGOs or civil society players that have the absorption rate to take on huge capital. And that's why our first gen, our older generation, when they give, because Hong Kong's extremely generous, has built a lot of hospitals, as you've alluded to, built a lot of schools, built a lot of infrastructure, because the government, hospital systems, university systems can absorb that capital and do some good with it. But if you look at the average size of an NGO in Hong Kong, I would venture to guess that it's 20 to 30 people. They've got a staff that has a turnover rate of every 18 months, they lose 30% of their team. And if I had a $20 million, $100 million, would I have the confidence to put all of that into a small organization like that? I think that'd be irresponsible. So as you're sourcing your NGO projects and thinking about the work that you do, I think it's about a group and a coalition of trusted partners in your giving space, and then also thinking about where your investment dollars can make an impact as well.
I think that's what makes philanthropy impact investing fun, right? Because you're looking into it from a whole ecosystem or a systems thinking approach and know where you can apply the most impact given the resources that you have. But it always starts with the research. It starts with understanding the issue and talking to people who are suffering from it or who are delivering services to figure out what is the unique point where we can make a difference. So you mentioned blue chip organizations earlier. So how do you do due diligence in general? Like you have both blue chips, you have smaller ones. Sometimes things work well, and sometimes things work less well. And you just need one scandal, and trust is broken. So what advice do you have for individuals online or in the room who are curious about who should I give to, or like how to even start?
Yeah. I mean, it goes, you were talking about time, treasure, and talent, right? So if you give your donation, your treasure, you should also be giving the other two T's. You should thinking about your time, being involved with the organization, and then using your network and your platform and your core skills, either as an individual or as a company, to figure out how to engage with them. And as you do that sort of more multifaceted engagement, you're going to talk to the other stakeholders of the NGO. You're going to talk to the beneficiaries of their service. You're going to talk about their partners. Ideally, if you're going to work with a partner, you've scanned all of their competitors, so you'll know what their reputation is in the field. And when you do that, I think you'll build a real working relationship with this NGO that you've given a gift to that's working shoulder to shoulder with you to solve a big problem. And if you have that sort of trust in your teammate, I think that's probably better than just doing your audited financials, looking at your governance structure, looking at your board composition, looking at all of your filings, which are all important too, but building sort of a partnership relationship and not so much of I'm a grantor and you're the small NGO that I've bequeathed some funding to, because they're really your partners in crime in building something. And in the same way that you'd find a good partner in business, I think you need to find a good partner and spend that time with your NGOs.
Katie, how do you do due diligence?
I tend to agree. I think the answer is, unfortunately, there's no shortcut. And with all things, it's learning by doing. So you know, where we found people who had great sense of gratification is you just get your feet wet and just make the impact investment, whether it's a fund, whether it's a project, make sure it's ring fenced so that you are able to take that risk, but also be prepared to spend your time and your energy and learning to stay engaged. And of course, there are smart ways that some families say, I will invest in an impact fund, and then I will leverage the team to do co-investment, so I don't need to build out the whole team. But it still requires you spending time. So by spending time and learning about the mistakes that you've made makes you a smarter impact investor from the get-go.
So I'm curious with investing. You sometimes get great returns, but you sometimes also make losses. So what advice do you have for those who are going through that? Like, how do they cope with some of the less successful ventures?
I mean, it's not a great feeling when you sort of, and people don't talk about it all the time if, you know, your investment blew up. Some people do. I think number one is, I guess the mindset should be, even the biggest institutional investors would make mistakes, and you are taking bets, right, in a portfolio. So 10 portfolio companies, you know, 8 might fail. I think what's most important, you know, even from my previous experience, is make sure we do a post-mortem. So we really have to reflect on what went wrong. Why did it go wrong? What did we miss in the due diligence, or something that could be prevented, and make sure that it doesn't happen again. So I think that's, you know, one of the key things. And, you know, have a positive mindset and normalize, you know, bad investments or mistakes.
Yeah, I think we do need to socialize both the good and the bad. And I love the concept of postmortem. Scott, have you done that for any of the philanthropic projects?
On a big fail?
Could be a small fail.
Small fail, big fail. I think for a lot of nonprofit projects anyway, the short term is a fail, but the long term might still be a win. So I worked with a client that did a thing with high school students trying to get them into college. And at the end of the day, they spent a fair amount of money, and they maybe only got half a dozen or a dozen kids into university. And they looked at the project afterwards and said, we spent all of this cash and all of this time and found all of these partners, and we basically only got half a dozen kids into university. Probably the wrong path for us. They'd spent only about a year. And then I said, okay, we can look at it that way. You've spent too much money to get 5 kids into college or 10 kids into college. But in the process, you've identified 3 high schools with really strong principals and teachers and counselors that are willing to invest in their youth to find a pathway for them to get into university education. You've also found 2 or 3 universities that are willing to accept kids that aren't necessarily to the academic standard that their normal applicants are, but are still excellent kids who've had a different life experience that means that their scores are slightly suboptimal compared to their peers. So you've built a network of a dozen high schools and 2 to 3 really good universities, and you know all of the right partners in those places. So you only got 5 kids in, but the ecosystem and the structure and the network that you've built, you stay at this for 5 years, maybe you're going to be at 100 high schools, and maybe you're going to get not just these 2 or 3 universities, but a whole network of universities to realize that there's value in looking beyond their ivy-towered selection pool to look at a more diverse range of candidates. And if you did that early loss in the beginning, I think you'll win it back later on. In your sort of giving journey.
I also reminded me of a point that there's a narrative that's growing in terms of investors and philanthropists. Is we were in a room where, you know, there was an incubator accelerator founder that's based in Philippines and looking at, you know, social enterprises getting scaled in Southeast Asia a lot. And his kind of frank sharing is sometimes there's not enough funding to go into experimentation and innovation, and you know your money is directly going into fund something that may fail, but instead of going directly into like I want this outcome of kids going to school, there's a lot of technology that's unfunded. There's a lot of pathways to solve social issues that we don't know the answer, and most likely there's a lot of funders that don't want to take that risk, but that's exactly where the gaps are. We need to be funding more experiments, knowing that a lot of it will come back and say, this does not work, this does not work, this does not work. And in the green tech and climate space, there are impact investors that are deliberately funding early stage decarbonization technologies that might pit against one another. But because of the timescale that we're at, they're kind of like, I'm going to fund all these early stage decarbonization innovation, knowing that some would win, and if this wins, that would fail. And that's their intention. So I think that's maybe a different way to think about failures, I suppose.
It sounds like we need to see beyond the trees and look at the bigger forest. And I love how you guys, both of you, are cheerleaders in a way in helping people to zoom out, look at things at a higher level, and we will always find a way to move things forward. I am conscientious of time, and I wanted to spend our last question for a piece of advice you have for young people who are looking into enter this impact field. What would it be?
I think that we all end up in our own silos really easily, and assuming that the online audience is sort of this university or freshly out of university age, it's a golden era that so many of us look back onto so fondly because our friends are so diverse, and the classes that we're taking are diverse, and the thinking that we are inspired by is very different. And so for a young person, I think I would continue to be curious about lots of different fields. There's greatness to be specialized, but not forgetting that your work life can have a lot of meaning, and being curious about a lot of that is the first piece. And then second piece, if you're young, take some risks. Move across the world, start a new office, try pivot 3 or 4 times in your career. You still have time. Until you have 3 kids that you've got to put through school, we both have 3 kids, and other sort of responsibilities that weigh you down. You're only young once. Go after something really big and try and take a big bite out of it.
Katie, what advice do you have?
It's hard to top that, but I mean, we're not that old, but you know, thinking back, I feel like I wish I knew my youth was my complete superpower. You've got so much less to lose, if you will. But during those times, I also remember being so angsty that I need to have this perfect goal, perfect job, perfect this and that. So it's kind of like just experiment and try as much as you can along the way, and then find people that are already doing it, join a network, go read up on a ton of books. Like in this age, there's AI to help you synthesize, and go just try many different things is what I would encourage people to do.
Throw it to you. What advice would you give?
Oh, just do big things. Like I'm always experimenting. Like I think we tend to think that you know, when you give, it has to be big checks. Or when you do something, it has to be epic. But I think on a day-to-day basis, there are always opportunity for us to try out something and also reflect on, is this working? If not, can I, you know, tweak it? Can I pivot it? And just have a learning mindset. Yeah. And I wanted to end with this. I mean, the time is always short. We never have enough time. But I hope this, like, during this time, we have spark imagination for everybody to think about your own way to help create sustainable cities, or you know, how you can make an impact. And I want to end with a story that one of I always share with my former colleagues at the bank. It's very, like in Asia, we always have 3代同堂, like 3 generations in one house at gatherings and things like that. And it's very typical for the grandparents in that generation. They give because they feel that, you know, they have life experiences, they've seen poverty, so it's really altruistic, and they give in that way. The parents' generation tend to be like, oh, let's throw a gala together, let's bring our friends together and address this issue. And then the current generation, which I think we are, would be like, let's do something about that problem. Let's start a social enterprise, let's start a business, let's use our money to do it. And they can all coexist. And this is very typical in all family. We may be only hearing bits and pieces, but you know, at your next family gathering, encourage your cousins or your brothers and sisters to think about this way. Everybody has their own way. And if we all do our part, we have a better chance of seeing a healthier society. So with that, I want to thank Katie and Scott. Thank you for joining us again.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. Scott, Darcy, and Katie, can you stand for a group photo, please? Yeah, thank you. Okay, please be seated. Thank you so much. Oh, I think this is a very engaging conversations, and the advice from Scott and Katie are very, very authentic and solid. It's really touching to hear their stories. Okay, time flies. So it is our last, but definitely not the least, session of the day. So as Hong Kong is bracing a robust education industry we have 5 public university schools ranked top 100 in the world, which is never a second city can catch. How are we going to revolutionize our intergenerational learning for a future-proof education? So in this session, we have 2 formal government officials, Jeremy and Kenneth, both worked in Education Bureau, to come as a panelist. Jeremy will moderate, and we also have Samuel and Emma working in the industry. Education is really a very important topic. It's very dear to my heart, actually. So I give the microphone to Jeremy, who will moderate this session. Jeremy, over to you. Thank you.
Hello, dear guests. This is the last session. This is the best session, I guarantee you. If you're looking for free advice you normally pay an arm and a leg for, these 2 are the experts. Let me introduce. Right, so on my left, immediately on my left, my dear friend, former colleague Kenneth Chen, former Undersecretary for the former Undersecretary of Education Bureau. And he was also, for many years, the Secretariat General at Legislative Council. So that's Kenneth. He himself went to the US for university. His sons went to university in the US as well. Emma Van Bergen, she is the founder and managing director of British Education, an education consulting company that gives expert advice for kids around the region to go to aspiring, prestigious boarding schools across to Europe. And we have Samuel Chan, founder and CEO of Britannia Education, also giving expert advice for teenagers, younger people to go abroad to their aspiring 夢寐以求嘅學校. And he has also recently joined Gore Capital to be the CEO of Nauticus Education. I'm Jeremy Young. I'm Central and Western District Councillor, and I'm also helping YK Pao International School to set up their school in Kowloon Tong. So we are a lot of people in education, but I'm here today to really ask questions of these 3 experts in education. What's going on? What is going on? Kenneth, you were in the public sector. You've seen a lot of macro data, declining child populations, public schools closing, international schools, huge queue, multi-million debentures, people going away, seeking help from Emma and Samuel. What is going on in Hong Kong? And can the government really deliver when they say Hong Kong should be an education hub? Tell me what you see, Kenneth. Anything inside information you can share with the guests?
Well, thank you, Jeremy, for inviting me to speak to this distinguished conference. Before I comment, address, or respond to your questions, let me put my comments into context. And notice that the subtitle of this session is called Intergenerational Insights for Future-Ready Education. And I suppose when you say intergenerational, it's like the older generation versus the younger generation. And as a proud owner of the Joy U card, I am speaking, first of all, from an older generation's perspective. I graduated from university in 1987. Finished high school in Hong Kong in the early 80s. And back then, I always like to tell this story, as all old men do. Back then, only 4% of my cohort would go into a public-funded university in Hong Kong, and there were only 2 at that time. Today, we have 8 publicly funded universities and numerous private universities. And what I reckon something like 35–40% of any given age cohort would have access to further education. And in fact, I was told, even when I was an undersecretary, that anyone finishing high school in Hong Kong who wished to continue to study will be able to find a place. And so in a way, we are spoiled for choices. In the past few years, we've seen lots of well-known international branded schools set up in Hong Kong. You yourself have in the process of setting up the second one. And we also have businesses set up to advise Hong Kong students to go abroad. And our students in Hong Kong, our families in Hong Kong are very blessed with the economic ability to really seek out the best education anywhere in the world. And our students are well equipped to survive or thrive anywhere in the world. So in a way, we're spoiled for choices. But what concerns me as a parent, and both my kids have graduated, and looking at their experience versus my experience, and one of my two boys actually attended the same university as I. So there's a direct comparison. I find the paradox that while they have more choices, while there are more opportunities, there's a massively higher level of anxiety to the point where mental wellness is a major issue in their generation. And that concerns me. I know it deviates a little out of what we're talking about today, but I'd like to put this into context and put this out. While we pursue quality education, while we seek out the best for our kids, let us remind ourselves that you don't want a kid that's overly anxious, that there are more opportunities today than before. That the path of success is not narrower. In fact, it's wider. So there are many paths to success, and I think kids should bear this in mind. So with that, I like to point out some positive trend and a major worrying one.
Thank you, Kenneth. So if I can summarize, from the previous generation of worrying about not getting into any university, now it's the concern of which one to get into. So my question, in a way, thank you, Kenneth. Over to you, Emma and Samuel. You both have been successful business entrepreneurs in the education sector, right? Fulfilling the gap between demand and supply. Given what Kenneth just said, there are so many pathways to top universities. If you want to get in, you will get in. Why are there people coming to you for paid advice and going on to various schools? Is there something missing here as opposed to what the schools can provide, let's say in the UK? And Emma, do share, how did you set up your business and your pathway, if I may ask? What caused you to set up business in education?
My husband, to put it short. So at university, we had a friend who was Chinese, and his mother had a friend who wanted to send her son to a boarding school in England. At the time, in mainland China, there weren't very many reliable consultancies who advised on boarding schools, because the vast majority of kids were going over at university level. So we helped the child get into a school. My husband himself went to Eton College, so his friend thought he might know what he's doing. So we did all the training ourselves, we did the interview training, and he eventually got in. And the client, the mum gave us a gift. And our friend said, here it is, I'll split it half with you. And for us at the time, it was a substantial amount of money because we were poor students. So my husband is from an entrepreneurial family, and he immediately thought there is a market out there, there's a business to be had, so let's go. And I rather naively just followed him out. And I would say, you know, I think one of the reasons I got into education, I've stayed in Asia, it's very much because I see the benefits of British education in my husband. He went through the system himself, and at 21, to have the courage and the confidence and the belief in yourself that you can go to a country where you don't speak the language, you have one contact, and set up a business at that age, I think it says a lot about what kind of characters these top British boarding schools build. And as I said, I swept along in the adventure. And one of the great things I think about boarding schools, and it was just touched upon in the previous sort of discussion, is that my husband didn't put limitations on himself. Whereas I was thinking, with my family background, I need a stable job, I need a stable career. My husband was thinking bigger. He wasn't putting himself in a little box and saying, I just need a good job. He was thinking, I can do something big here. And I think that's a great attribute of kids who've been to these schools. So I'm very passionate about sending kids to these great schools. And we have been developing ever since, all around China, Southeast Asia, London. And it's the joy in my job is seeing the kids come back from the school after 6 months or a year, and seeing how different they are and how much more confident and independent and lively they are and how passionate they are about learning and reading. And it's just amazing. It's the best thing about my job. So that's sort of my pathway to here. And in terms of why people come to us, I think the major thing is peace of mind. Obviously, all schools have counselors, but they don't provide as much FaceTime, I guess, high-touch services. And ultimately, parents want their child to get into the best fit university for their needs. And like you might hire a lawyer for legal advice, you hire me for educational advice. And that's pretty much, I think, why education is very much at the forefront of Asian parents' concerns when it comes to their children. And I think it's peace of mind, at least from my perspective.
Thank you, Emma. So I wish your husband could be here too, but I think he's busy setting up schools around Asia right now. And given what you just said, you just followed along, but you actually benefited, if I may say, from picking up fluent Mandarin competency. Emma 是流利的普通话. You can conduct a whole hour of speech. And
谢谢。我读了1年在中山大学，然后基本上通过我的客户，我就学会了怎么沟通。
I need to come to you for some advice on Mandarin. And also, you mentioned you have a team of consultants around the region now, presumably advising students to go abroad to study. So in a way, I see the future of education, if these are the trendsetters, there will be an increasing number of children who studied in different jurisdictions. And that could be a lesson or a discussion in itself. Because I definitely see these are the global future peacekeepers, where communication and understanding is a fundamental piece for humanity. Over to you, Samuel. How did your story come through?
Yes, actually, I think, interestingly, why I started Britannia and why I studied in the UK sort of links. My parents were fishermen, so I'm not a typical middle-class family. I was a failure at school in Hong Kong. I remember I was asked to stand up in class in Tuen Mun, Wu Dip Chun, and I was like, hey, you know what? You were the first sort of COVID. Not only you're bad, you're like a bang dog. You spread. You know, I was hopeless. I was lack of confidence. But I think to the defense, it's not to do with the school in Hong Kong. You know, I was pretty hopeless. If I was teaching myself, I'd probably say the same thing. I just think Hong Kong curriculum fits some people, but not everyone. You know, not everyone can memorize well, and not everyone is thriving at a very young age. People like me was like running about, active. I needed a bit more attention, and frankly, British education suited me. So I went to summer camp at a very young age, 9. Absolutely loved it. I remember those teachers. We call them by name. You know, that's unheard of in Hong Kong. Hong Kong, it was good morning, sir, it's Hun, sir. And we don't get to speak. I bring it back to school and just pull it aside, and it was one-dimensional, right? It was that sort of classroom. So British education changed me. And when I came back to Hong Kong, I wasn't thinking of building a massive business. It was more just, I was trying to, in the UK, when I finished uni, when British family choose a school, we had tailored school guide, we have a good school guide, we have good, massive school shows. In Hong Kong, it was hugely transactional. So, and agencies in Hong Kong ranked schools by like league tables. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A bit like Ma Ging, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is always worse than 1. It doesn't make sense. So back then, I was just like, okay, let's share some information. And we picked up. It was luckily now 12 years on, we have 7 offices across Asia. At one point, 1 in every 2 students from Hong Kong to boarding school came through us.
Wow.
So I think what started off as trying to solve a problem turned out to be a thriving business. Yeah.
Thank you. Very, very inspiring story from a self-proclaimed failed product of the local system to become a successful business person in education itself. That's like a revenge message. So both Emma and Samuel, you have carved out a career in the private education sector, I believe filling in the gap between the demand and supply. So the message is quite clear. Why are parents paying $500,000 Hong Kong dollars to finance a child to a private education? At the same time, there are some local schools that are overly subscribed. At the same time, some schools are being shut down with not enough kids. So thank you for filling in that gap. Back to you, Kenneth. I'm not trying to blame you. You were a government official. But was this avoidable? What is the education provided by the state still relevant? What are the relevant parts? What are not relevant? And then over to Emma and Samuel. You both are a champion for going abroad to study in boarding schools. These are hundreds of years of traditional schools. These are not new schools. So why is it the Hong Kong state system is failing certain children, whereas 1,000-year-old established system in the UK are bringing out success out of, like yourself? Kenneth, anything on the gap or the relevancy of the public sector?
When I was undersecretary, I had to meet with lots of schools, understand their operations and understand their problems, meeting a lot of principals, teachers, and parents as well. And my thinking then is as it is now, and since stepping down, I have joined 4 school boards, 3 secondary schools and 1 primary school, all local schools. And I find that Hong Kong is a very, how should I put this? It's a very interesting market or jurisdiction. We have very high expectation on education. Overall, if you look at OECD PISA scores, Hong Kong actually ranked very, very highly. So as a system, I would controversially say that we are not that bad. We actually have kids who have gone through the local public system, who have gone into the best universities in the world, and increasingly there are more of them as well. And public education, there's a funny thing about it, is that it's never good enough, because kids come in all shapes and sizes and characteristics. They have diverse needs, and any public system would have difficulty handling a wide range of learning styles, of personalities, of learning abilities, etc. Public education, by definition, is constrained by public finances, and it's always difficult to handle the outliers. And as Samuel's case clearly shows, outlier is not can be a very good thing.
Very successful outlier sitting over there. Just
you know, we do have geniuses. I think famously Albert Einstein had trouble, you know, as a kid. You know, there are many cases, you know, I know personally my kids' classmates who are otherwise like brilliant kids, but they just can't sit still. And I think to the extent that public education needs to do more of is to handle learning diversity, to deliver what in the trade we call differentiating teaching, that teaching to the kids' ability and to the style. And that's not easy. And over the years, pedagogical advances have been made, and I think we are getting better. But given Hong Kong's high expectation of education, there would always be parents with the financial means who would be seeking out better opportunities for their kids. I personally don't think that says anything bad about, you know, the public system per se.
Got it. Thank you for protecting the public system with all your might. But I hear you, Kenneth. Personalization of education is definitely something that schools or even university should be working on. Now, Emma, Samuel, you do provide personalized services to individuals. Throughout the past 15, 20 years that you have met all these kids, have you seen any alarming trends of skills degeneration or new skill set coming in that you think, you know, to get to where they want to go, either university or carving a career out of themselves? What are certain skill sets? If you have to give an advice to the audience here and online, put a hands up. Who are parents here? Any parents? Right, there you go. So you're giving free advice away. What would you say would be the biggest capabilities or skills that you would urge parents to instill in their child or children?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I want to speak, thank you, because actually, I think this question relates to the last question mentioned as well. I too, in fact, want to defend the Hong Kong system. I think throughout this years, having met so many top students in Hong Kong, there are some that's absolutely fantastic. Actually, many of them are. We love the British education system, but don't forget, we're only talking about a private sector. Currently, in the past many years, we've only targeted the private schools, the 6%, 7% of the very renowned private schools.
So we're not comparing apples to apples.
Exactly, not apples to apples. The British state system have lots of problems. And don't get me started, lots and lots of problems. So, and you cannot compare private school to Hong Kong provisions because of the resources, the money that you put in. I think if I must criticize the Hong Kong system, it's not to do with the schools, it's more to do with the culture. And we are part of the problem because we always rank students' skill sets in terms of priorities, right? We always you think about in Cantonese, well, 中英數, what's next? And then you've got your sciences, your humanities, and then you've got extracurricular, and it's extra. You know, I often hear this about when parents speak to us. 我個仔, he plays basketball all the time, 波牛, right? 唔正經跑嚟跑去，紮紮跳. He's not focused. Well, he's terrible with his maths, with his sciences. We prioritize it already. What's seen to be important, and these are extra. Whereas in the UK, right, games and sports is daily, right? We talk about skill sets that's important for the future. Emotional intelligence, how to, when things don't go well, when you start your own business or when you be in your career, when things don't go well, how do I deal with it? Cognitive flexibility, you know, with AIs taking over the world, it's not just about skills and the 中英數 and the diagrams and the formulas. It's about, you know, how to learn new skills. And I think Western educations and Western culture sometimes stresses more on soft skills. We learn that through boarding schools, not in the classrooms, but a 24 hours holistic learning environment. So those are the skills that I think are more important for the future.
Thank you. Emma, anything to supplement on top of the cognitive flexibility, the soft skills?
Yeah, I think when I look at the local systems across Asia, they're typically very exam-driven and exam-focused, and for certain students, that's fine. It's the students who have different learning styles or have strengths in other areas that aren't recognized, and essentially the system fails them. But I would also say that a lot of our students that I handle in Hong Kong come from international schools. So it's not a matter of parents choosing out of a system going to Britain. It could be that they're in an international school. And as a parent myself with a kid at boarding school, I chose to send him off overseas because he was in a very comfortable Hong Kong bubble of easiness. Even in the school, you know, his teachers were saying he's doing really well, don't worry about him, but I'm seeing him scribbling out homework as fast as he can at home, not remotely meeting his potential. And just okay for me wasn't good enough. So at the ripe old age of 9, he went overseas last year, and the change and the different expectations on him at school are amazing. And I just wanted to give him the best opportunity to meet his potential, and we're slowly seeing that now. But in terms of what the schools do in England, and I think do so well, they know that many of the jobs that our kids will be doing in the future, they don't exist today. We don't know what skills will be needed, but what we do know is that teamwork will be needed, leadership skills will be needed, critical thinking skills, problem-solving skills. All of these skills are still very valued by the top employers around the globe. And I think it's very important, whether or not your child's in local school, international school, that these sort of soft skills are not overseen. They're very important, and they're actually what will contribute to kids doing well in their future careers.
Thank you, Emma. I'm aware of the time. I want to ask if any audience may have any questions you might want to ask. Feel free to put your hand up. We'll carve out a few minutes for you. I'm going to throw a curveball here to all the panel members here. Do you think, given what's going on with AI and all what you mentioned about personalized education service, do you think schools should still exist? Do you think universities are still relevant? Yes or no, maybe? And then the second question is, how can Hong Kong, with the government declaring we want to be an international education hub, can we do it? And if we want to do it, how? So, Kenneth?
To an earlier point, I do wholly agree that education does not take place only at schools. A child's education, to me, is a function of what he or she learns at school, what he or she learns in the family, and what he or she picks up in the community. And that has to do, community imparts cultural norms. The family imparts values, what mom and dad values, sort of whether mom and dad value grades or sporting ability or being a good person. I think education is about all that. And so to put the burden of educating one's child onto school alone, I don't think is good. I don't think it's fair. You know, to your question, whether schools are still needed, I certainly think so. But I think we should view schools not just as a venue where you pick up hard skills, where you pick up content, but it is also where you meet lifelong friends, where you build your own personal network, and where you learn how to be a good citizen of the world. Similarly, for all the way from K to 12 to universities, at different stage in one's life, there are different things one can learn, and I think a school is a very good setting to do all that. But I also wholly agree that today, the 21st century skills, like what we always say, the 4 C's, critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. That's not just about content. It's about generalized capabilities. And something that worries about me in Hong Kong is that every year after DSE, I don't know why the media is so hung up on which are the kids who get all A's and where they pick as their college major. And it also worries me that 9 out of 10 want to be a doctor. I hope I'm not offending any doctors in the audience, but I like doctors and I need doctors. But do we really need 9 out of 10 top scorers to become doctors? I have my doubts. So sorry. Apologies to all the doctors, but I'm sure.
I'm not a doctor, don't worry.
So with that, I pass the mic to others.
Relevance of school and university, and can Hong Kong become an education hub? And if so, how?
Yeah, I think I echo your view as well. I think learning should not end at school, right? It should be beyond, even not just within the classroom and outside classroom, but in the sense that during our times at universities or at school, we are merely learning skills that equip us for future workforce, including the ability to learn further skills in the future, per se. I think in the sense of Hong Kong improving, or how do we have the capability to be a global education hub? I think the universities we have already is top-notch. In terms of research, the teaching quality, it's second to none. I've visited many of the top universities here in Hong Kong, and having done that the same with the UK, I think we in many ways, we're even better. What might we be able to improve is, again, the culture. So to attract international talents into Hong Kong, not only do we need to provide better hardware and teachers, but what about the employability? What was after studying in Hong Kong? And I think we are doing exactly that. Science Park, HKIC, we're attracting top talents. We're giving, in the AI industries, in the science industries, in startup support. I think we are gradually making moves that international markets are recognized. So I do think there's a fantastic future for Hong Kong education.
Thank you. Anything, Emma?
I'll talk on AI. I think in terms of AI has a great capacity to help personalize learning plans for kids and support teachers in their teaching. And should be able to free them up from a lot of administrative tasks and allow them to focus more on facilitating learning, getting to know their kids, figuring out weak points, and really guiding each child very carefully. Do I think that a teacher will ever be replaced by a non-human? Probably not effectively. I think the human touch is required. It would be difficult to find, to get motivation and to sense passion from a bot. And I think that's the skill set that teachers will be more and more important, to get those great teachers who can really facilitate the learning of those soft skills that I mentioned. Obviously, school is also a safe space to learn to fail, to learn how to make mistakes and adjust them, communication skills, being part of a community, all of that I think we can't replace with anything else significantly, I think, useful. And I think university, at least for me, was very much a growing up experience. It was about learning to be on my own and live independently. Again, I think whether or not the learning was relevant, it did teach me to learn. It taught me to research, to apply critical thinking. And I think, again, those skills are vital in the workplace. So I can't see them being replaced, but I would echo again, the universities in Hong Kong, we are seeing more and more of the students who actually go to Britain to study apply back to Hong Kong schools or even Chinese universities, as we've seen the ranking and the strengths of those universities improve over the last few years. So that's an interesting trend, kids returning back to Asia for university.
Thank you. So, yes, we have a question from the floor.
Thank you.
Dr. Kevin
Yes,
Lau?
the doctor too, Secretary Chan. I totally agree as well. I do think there's 9 out of 10 scholars for medical schools is quite a high ratio. But thank you to Jeremy for moderating the session and to esteemed panelists. You know, as somebody who has businesses in Hong Kong, I have 5 kids in Hong Kong, I've noticed a few things about education in Hong Kong in the last few years, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on it. One was that my wife and I actually pride, you know, our education, our schools that value Mandarin and English equally important, especially for primary and secondary years. And when I look at how competitive it is in Hong Kong for one to get into such schools, it makes me wonder from an entrepreneur business angle, why is it that there's so much competition and the waiting lines are so long, yet we do not have more of such schools in Hong Kong? Because I do think that if there's more of them, we could, to the, you know, Jeremy's earlier question, we can become a global college education hub for Asia, because I really don't think any other city in the region has that excellent Mandarin and English education in one. So that's the first question. Second one is that in the last 2 years, the government has had different immigration schemes and has been hugely successful in attracting, I think the government's quoted around 200,000 applications coming in. This has actually had a huge impact on schools, because a lot of times I think when one comes to Hong Kong, it's not just that one person, it's the whole family. So we need to look at, can they have a place to live? Do they have schools for the kids to come to? And I do think if we're to scale up these immigration schemes further, education for these people immigrating to Hong Kong is hugely important. But right now, that's a huge bottleneck. So I'd just love to get your thoughts and from the panelists. Thank you.
Well, I will speak as in BE education was also, we work with Wickham Abbey International. So we have the license for Wickham Abbey schools across Southeast Asia and Greater China and mainland and Hong Kong. And one of the things that we have brought to Hong Kong with our Wickham Abbey here is a very robust Mandarin program, largely because it was important to me that my children are fluent in Mandarin. So I think there is a trend, I think with YK Pao coming as well, there's definitely a shift towards schools that offer international education without giving up the Mandarin and making sure that the children still have a strong platform to learn Mandarin, and I assume that's YK Pao's plan as well. I think it's a great tool for Hong Kong. I think the only other similarly styled education hub would be Singapore. But yes, I think having more and more schools with strong Mandarin is essential, and part of the problem is getting the land, right? And winning that site and moving and actually being able to set up the school. So I think that's a bit of a bottleneck, and it takes time to win these bids and then to set up the school and then to develop a strong word of mouth. And yeah, but I see it shifting that way. I think you're quite right. There's a big market there for that type of school.
Samuel?
Yes, I would echo Emma's view as well. Last weekend, we welcomed 30 British schools to Hong Kong, and I think the common consensus is the UK school market is trickier, because earlier this year we had VAT added to school fees, and while they are in Hong Kong recruiting students, I think if you ask any of them, do they have appetite to open schools in Hong Kong? Absolutely, yes. There is high demand for it. I think they have a fantastic offering, Wickham Abbey or YK Powerhead, but I guess the tricky part is the land, the scarcity of land. We, Nordicus Group, have a school in Hanoi. We started 4 years ago, capacity 800. Today we already have 400 students. Founding of a school costed less than 10 million pounds. Massive campus, bigger than HKIS. It's big, but that's Southeast Asia. Land, I guess, is the biggest issues. brand, talent, curriculum, I think that's absolutely no problem. Hong Kong is a very attractive location for education. Yeah.
Thank you. Kenneth?
I just one point about medium of instruction. You and I,
yes.
One of our first projects when we joined the Education Bureau was to relax the then very rigid medium of instruction policy. And at that point, the controversy is that parents want more schools to teach in English, using English as a medium of instruction. And I think the issue can be generalized to that of Mandarin as well, Putonghua as well. The fact of the matter is most families in Hong Kong speak Cantonese as their mother tongue. What mom speaks is Cantonese. And academic research has shown that for a kid to learn effectively in a language other than their mother tongue, the kid has to have high academic ability. And in fact, our working sort of assumption is that pretty much have to be the top third of the cohort. So if the kid is generally good, you can teach the kid in whatever language. But if the kid needs extra help, the fact that you add on a foreign language other than the mother tongue actually makes it difficult. So I think the point about medium of instruction is that it's difficult to say just because the parents want the kid to learn in English, or some parents want the kid to learn more in Putonghua, that you can't force it, especially on a system-wide basis. For private school, there can be more flexibility because after all, there's you go in and out. If it doesn't suit you, you go to another school. But for a public compulsory education system, government needs to be sensitive to the fact that you just can't, decree a medium of instruction that's not the mother tongue.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, then I can put on the closing. I learned a lot. First of all, I hear strongly that the Hong Kong public education system is good. The university ecosystem is strong, vibrant, top-ranking universities in Hong Kong. Second, I hear that Hong Kong has advantage in biculturalism, bilingualism, moving into trilingualism. Another lesson learned is no matter how good the public system is, parents' expectations is limitless. So maybe perhaps, as we mentioned, education should go beyond schools. Maybe we should start with adult education or parental education to manage the expectations. And then fourthly, Hong Kong is a bit of a unique bubble. Kids grow in a very comfortable area. We are about to meet a typhoon, I guess, and people are thinking what to do tomorrow. It's so safe. So sending kids abroad during some time of their growing up is advantageous. And hence, Emma and Samuel, you've carved out a career satisfying many parents' expectation on how to bring up their children. And then fourthly, we can be an international education hub. We have a friendly competitor of Singapore, but we have a lot of natural advantages, despite the natural disadvantage of not having enough land. But with technology and AI, maybe we don't need to stick to the actual school premise for children to be educated. It should happen back at home. It can happen online, anywhere, anytime. So with that, I sincerely thank Kenneth, Emma, and Samuel for sharing your expert advice today. These information and evidence did not come from books. They literally meet children every single day, facing real, up-to-date problems that families are facing. And so I really thank you for participating in this panel, and I will hand back the time to our MC.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Candice, Emma, and Samuel. Please take a photo together. Yeah, please step forward for a photo. Thank you. Okay, please be seated. Thank you so much. I really love Jeremy's summaries and thinking Hong Kong, we have a strength in education, but we also have a room for improvement. So let's join hands together for Hong Kong's better education system. This concludes today's 6 panel sessions. And on behalf of the Hong Kong Youth Professional Global Advocacy, Kevin would like to share a few words with all of you. Now, Kevin, please.
Thank you, William. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists, participants, and visionaries, as we wrap up this day of our Global Youth Powerhouse Summit, I'm filled with gratitude and inspiration. We've delved into cross-cultural leadership and leadership dialogue, tackled AI ethics and tech and creative summit, and also pitched environmental solutions in the sustainability challenge. Echoing our 2024 success at our opening today earlier at lunch, we've had over 200 guests in person and over 5,000 people online at this year's gathering. Elevating really Hong Kong as a hub for finance, trade, healthcare, and education. We were pleasured and also inspired by insights from trailblazers like Ms. Bonnie Chan on Hong Kong's market for revitalization, and Dr. Alan Siemens on our superconnector role for Hong Kong, and also Mr. Michael Lau's on Web3 and crypto opportunities for Hong Kong. Together, I hope we will forge pathways for innovation and collaboration. I believe that Hong Kong's positive momentum doesn't stop here. We're very excited about the Global Financial Leaders Summit to be happening next week, as well, next month actually, as well as the National Games to be happening in Kai Tak starting on November 9th. Thank you to our sponsors, speakers, and attendees for making this year's summit possible. Let's carry the spark forward, connect, innovate, and lead. Until next year, stay empowered. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kevin. Let's give Kevin the biggest round of applause. Woo! It's all his and his team's effort to make this possible. I hope all of you and also our online viewers enjoy today's summit. So as we conclude this second Global Youth Powerhouse Summit 2025, I hope you all enjoy, and I see you next year. Thank you so much for participation. Thank you. Thank you so much.